reducing frequency of so that is a concentration point. It's all about reducing outages, improving reliability, and eliminating, if possible, the frequency of incursions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I've learned a lot. I'm sure the audience have also learned a lot. But the summary of all what the experts have discussed this morning is that, we do know what to do. We do, but one of the key things is funding of all this implementation and idea. Starting from routine maintenance, it needs funding for you to actually have a plan for the year and effectively implement it, to smart grid implementation. Smart grid implementation includes SCADA, supervisory control and data acquisition. It involves GIS, geographic information system. It involves AMI, advanced metering infrastructure. These are implementation that will enable us, have real time and visibility of the network, which will enable us take a quicker and better decision to the benefit of our customers, And as the present structure, this is my personal opinion, the present structure as it is now is such that, I feel, the two discos are too big to implement this, because not really too big, but they are having problem of funding, and why are they having problem of funding? Because the market is not transparent, and these are some of the things Lagos State want to do, to have an electricity market that is transparent, that has smart grid implementation to enhance that, there's light for everybody, Once again, please, can I have a clap for the resource people? Okay. Engineer, we would like to say something.
Thank you so much. We've talked about network this, network that, but there's something we have left out, and that's training and retraining for competency and for skill workforce. Today, we are missing that out a lot. Look at every starters in Nigeria today. You want to build a house, you have to go and get somebody from Togo to come and build the house for you. We have 200 million Nigerians here. They are not trained. Call any Nigerian to come and do that for you, they will do rubbish because they are not trained. This same thing can happen. This same thing is happening in the electricity sector. You have so many people, they are employed, but they don't have the skill required to carry out their jobs, their work. So they go there, they just do it the way they feel they should do it. And because nobody, is held responsible. I will tell you many years back, for every job you want to do, you are certified, and there's consequences. If you do the wrong thing, you are fired. But today, go to your mechanic, even your mechanic in this thing there, they use your money to be tracing the problem of your car. They will tell you it's the ball and socket joints. You buy the ball and socket joints. The nurse is still there. They say it's another, it's the hub. They still use your money to go and buy the hub. Because there's no consequences. These people are not trained. There is no certification, not paper certification. You get what I'm saying? I entered into a barber shop in Chicago, and the guy was telling me that he's a certified barber. That is, they gave him a certification. He's certified, and he's proud of his job as a barber. You get what I'm saying? So in the same manner, we should have such things happening in the country, where people are trained and they take responsibility for any anomalies or anything they do that is wrong when they are carrying out their jobs. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sirs. Please, can we give them another round of applause? I would like to ask if members of the audience have questions to ask our panelists. Questions? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Engineer Muideen Oladapo, and thank you for the insightful information you've passed across. But there's one germane question I wanted to ask. We've listened about all the networks activity that we've talked about, the SCADA monitoring and the likes. But there is one key issue that is very fundamental between the discos and the customer, which is energy theft. So I want to ask that, is there any measure that the discos have put in place to checkmate the issue of energy theft? Not at the meter level alone, but at the line level, because some people are very smart to the extent that they will not even tamper with the meter, but they will go to the line directly. But is there a solution that is being in place now? Because at the end of the day, what disco does is to put all the charges on all the estimated billing, and people have to pay for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. I think I'll start by saying I can't remember the speaker that said yesterday. I think it was the Commissioner of Energy for Ekiti that said one of the things their regulator wants to do in Ekiti is theft and vandalism as economic sabotage. I think if Lagos State and I think I was speaking to somebody, if there's something that the discos have been clamoring for from 2013, is that you need to declare energy theft. And not only energy theft, access to electric infrastructure. Like he said, if you are not a certified person, going there to even touch it should be declared. And I use the word, it's like you are carrying cocaine. You are jailed and you are fired for it. Until we get to that systemic definition, we will not really go forward. So when people know, it's like somebody sees a high tension across the street, you must be mentally deranged to go and touch it. Even a madman, I'm sure, when he sees it, he knows that there's power here. So that is the fundamental for me, and I hope that Lagos State will take the bull by the horn to define that access, illegal access for a non-certified personality to touch electrical infrastructure must be sent to jail. When you define that, then you now know you have a regulatory framework to start that. Now, let me give you a practical example of what we're doing in Ikeja Electric. This is one fundamental problem that you're battling with every day. You're losing like 500 to 800 million naira every month on energy theft. And so we came up with something we call an intelligent data box. That is an homegrown design situation. It's like this network monitoring we're saying. It's an intelligent data box that we conceived and we designed ourselves, certified by the regulators. And one of the things we've deployed it as a proof of concept in a part of Ikorodu. We're currently rounding up that second proof of concept in a place called Akpata in Mushi. The first thing we did was that if you go to that vicinity, we've replaced all the aluminum conductors with what we call an area bundle cable. Today, there's something you call fly-by-wire at night. When you're driving home, and you live in those places where those welders are, when it's 11:30, they bring their bamboo stick, they fly the aluminum conductor, and just simply hook up on the high tension. And they have direct access to drain your transformer for operations between 12 a.m. and 5. They don't pay for it. They overload your transformers. They burn your feeder panels. With this area bundle cable, you can just take a drive in Akpata, and there's a place in Ikorodu. It's fully insulated, so you don't even see cobwebs at all. So once that was what we used to clean up that network. So anybody that goes in, immediately you see a cobweb mentality. You don't need a scientist to tell you something is out. So because that cable is insulated, it's difficult for them. You can't connect aluminum to rubber and you expect electricity to fall. That is it. Now, the intelligence of that box is also that that box has been logically programmed and configured. It knows your vending pattern. It knows the output it goes, and it has a range to take a decision when it sees that either the demand or the output is not at variance again. And so with that from the back end, you can see in this territory that there's something shenanigans going forward. And the beauty of it is that it can actually even take you out. So when it takes you out, you are out. So you will have to come to me to say you are out. Today, if something takes you out, you are just going to wait till night and you get your fly-by-wire mechanism to continue it. So those are some of the practical steps that is live that we're doing today. But for me, I think the fundamental is what I said. Until the government is bold enough to declare that incursion into electrical asset is a no-no, I don't think we'll be going anywhere. Thank you.
So the new law, the Lagos State Electricity Law of 2024, enables the ministry to establish an agency called the Power Rangers. You know, that agency will be headed by a senior magistrate, and it will have branches in all the 5 villages. So it will be like all those mobile courts that you are. Once you are caught, you are immediately charged, and if you need to go to jail, you go to jail immediately. There's no two ways. So Lagos State is just about implementing. I mean, in terms of establishing the agency, you know. So it's actually in our law. Thank you.
Good morning. How available are fault passage indicators in our network, and how effective are they? Because sometimes fault passage indicators, when they are put in the network in Nigeria, as I've noticed, they are put there just to say, oh, we have them. Are they really helping the decrease of downtime? Are they actively being worked on and being used to gain data for data inputs into our future smart grid technology?
Thank you for the question. Excellent question. I think if you heard what I said before, when you have FPIs, there are some initial analysis that you must do. You must be able to, first of all, determine what is the actual length of your feeders. You must be able to have data to tell you your frequency tripping rate, your availability, and a lot of indices. Now, once that is this, you must be able to identify where your T-offs are. And so, once you've done all those analyses, it tells you the duration and the length at which they must be installed. If you have a length of 1 kilometer, for example, you can go and put it at 900.9 kilometers. So once you've done that and you dimension those network properly, every time there is a fault, either a T-off or on a section, the system will react correctly. I'm speaking from experience because we have a POC that we've done. And I'm talking about you're having a reduction rate of like 65% if you do an analysis pre-installation and post-installation. So once the analysis has been properly done and is properly implemented, and the remote terminal connection response to you, as depending on whether you want to get it by SMS or you want to get it by mobile or whatever is there, then you'll be able. It's easy for you to be able to determine your pro and post benefits. Thank you.
It's a very valid question. In high voltage transmission, it's a must for you to have a fault locator. You know, most of our high voltage lines are radial, and the protection for each of them is from one end to the other. Let's assume from station A to B. At station A, you will have a protection relay facing station B. At station B, you will have another protection relay facing station A. So if there's a fault between station A and station B, the relay at station A will tell you that from my point to that point is 5 kilometers. The relay at station B will also tell you, let's assume it's a 10-kilometer line. If A is saying 5 kilometers, definitely B will also say 5 kilometers. If the fault is on 7 kilometers and A is saying 7, obviously B will be saying 3. So with that, every protection engineer, once there's a fault, will go to the relay. There's a record called fault record. And inside the fault record, you will get the fault location. And you know our towers, they are being placed at a particular distance. Tower 1 to 2 for a 330 is about 450 meters averagely. So when you have 10 towers, it is 450 times the spans. So with that, you'll be able to know, okay, this is the point. But it's not perfect yet. There's another technology coming up. They call it the traveling wave technology. That one is perfect.
I would just like to add that, when I was in the coding school, there's a feeder called Ibeju, 33 kV. It emanates from a JTS. It's about 150 kilometers long. It has over 100 TOFs. So what normally happens is that once there's a trip, it sometimes takes 3 days to clear the faults. So our engineers during those days were able to do something that the fault locator is supposed to do. They try to put fuses at most of the troublesome TOFs that they have identified. So what happens is that once there's once the 33 kV feeder trips, if the fault is on any of those sections, while they are patrolling, they will notice, they will just find out that the fuse has ruptured. So they will go and patrol those sites. But mainly, those things are very, very useful practically for very long feeders that have several TOFs, So practically, I can attest to you that it works, I know there was a time ECO was trying to procure some, but I don't know whether they were able to. Thank you.
Last question. I'm running out of time.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Yemi Ogunori. My question goes to the Ikeja district or the Eko district panelists. We've been hearing of load sharing, load management of our electricity. Our belief is that when you share the load of your area for a particular time, you will not have light within a period of time. But it has come to be something that for over 2 years, when they say you are sharing load, that you don't have light in a day, the next 24 hours that you are supposed to have light, you might not even have 2 hours of that light. And when you said you are so much concerned about customer satisfaction and customers' belief, it's like Ikeja district and the Eko discos that are managing the electricity distribution of the state. They are not up to task in the discharge of their services. So please, what can you do, or what processes are in place that will give the customers a better service? Thank you very much.
I think he's talking about load shedding.
Thank you very much. You remember that when I was in the course of my speech, I mentioned that, you see, most times we throw the blame at the disco. The disco. We are not looking at what we are also doing as customers. A customer that applied for supply, and he has told you he's having only 2 fridges in his house, and he's producing, and eventually, when you give him supply, he now decides to establish a pure water in his house. Pure water machine. Decide to install a washing machine, bakery, and so on. And you are throwing this back into the system. Tomorrow you come and blame the disco that you are, you are not giving us supply. That's the same supply that you have overloaded without giving. You know, we talk about data. You see, when you look at data acquisition that we're talking about, in fact, I just wonder how the discos are able to control the system, in the sense that so much are thrown back at them. And maybe Gide will be able to throw more light into that. If you have a cluster, for instance, where you have maybe 500 kVA transformers, maybe on a feeder, and you know that this feeder cannot take more than 300 amps on 11 kV. Now, when you put the addition of just 20 transformers together, it's already taking about 600 amps. And that means if you put that feeder on, you cannot pick the entire transformers on that feeder. And because we operate a radar system where there's no any other means to shed that load to, so you now resort to load shedding, where you now take off some transformers and then power on some side, and later you bring those transformers in and take off another side, so that everybody can have equal share of. And I talk also to the fact that the infrastructure is limited, seriously limited to the load, to the huge load. Many years back, I was in Victoria Island, and I discovered that when a building, a duplex is pulled down, the next thing that comes off from that building is a high-rise that replaces that place that they have pulled down the duplex. And you know, nobody is telling the disco. That nobody is telling the disco that, look, we have pulled down this duplex. We are coming up with a 6-story building or a 10-story building in that same property. And you have infrastructures already within that same area. And you are putting that, your 10-story building, on that same infrastructure that is already overstretched. And you want to now put the blame on the disco. You see, it's both sides. We must get to a point where Nigerians should know what they are supposed to do, or even all of us, both the customer and the discos, there must be a round table where these things are discussed. In those days, I remember that there's a round table for meetings between what do you call them now? Various agencies. No, various agencies. You know, like water corporation, like the electricity, utilities, where they have a round table. They will discuss in that round table what they want to do, and everybody will come in with what he also wants to do. And at the end of the day, they have a proper planning. But today, everybody is working in silence, and that is why sometimes you just see maybe a telco. You just see people just digging the road. They don't even care whether there's electricity cable passing through the same road that they might damage, and vice versa. Maybe you want to do a road, nobody cares whether there are utility infrastructure there. They just bring the bulldozers. Before you know it, they are already bulldozing infrastructures that are already made underground, and they're causing untold hardship to users of those things. So many things are wrong anyway. And I think that until such a time, because this discussion, for instance, is like we are looking at the end. We are not really looking at the root cause of some of these problems. And until that time, when everybody can come together again, it's just like ants. They come out from the same hole to fetch food. And they saw a piece of muzzle that they want to drag to their house. And the same ant, one will pull in it here, the other one will pull it over there, and another one will pull it the other way. At the end of the day, they are just standing there. They are not going anywhere. But suddenly, you just discover that Now, maybe they communicated among each other, and they now put the same model to their destination. So today, I believe that because we are working in silos, this person we are pulling our solutions in different ways. Until that time, when we can come together, reason together, and then we forge a pathway, a proper pathway to follow so that we can get to our destination. Because I will tell you, somebody who is going on a journey and is going through a wrong road will never get to the destination. Do you agree with that? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Please, can we give them another round of applause? At this point, on behalf of Lagos State Government and the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, we appreciate you for honoring our invitation, and would like to do a little presentation to you, sirs. So I'll call on Engineer Sheun Fadare to do the presentation. Engineer Fadare.
Yeah, I think I can climb, huh?
Yeah.
I think it's better. Tight. Okay, so Engineer Alobu first. Yes, on behalf of the Commissioner and the Ministry of Minerals and Energy and Mineral Resources, I present this to you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Don't go yet. Oh, wow. Yeah, so on behalf of the Commissioner, I present this to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm myself.
So, don't go, sir.
All right. Engineer Sunday,
Yes, sir.
well done.
Thank you.
God bless you.
I'm sorry.
I know.
Is one representing Moji that get on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Yeah, just give us. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Show us.
So, sir, we want you to come together.
Our regulator will be at the center.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sirs. Please, let's give them a round of applause, please. Okay, so for the next breakout session, we'll have people talking about technical solutions for underserved and unserved areas. And our resource persons for this session, we have Omale HC Energy and Transport, Benue State. Okay. Okay, so our first resource person for this session is Omale the Honorable Commissioner, Energy and Transport for Benue State. You're welcome, sir. Please, can we... Sir? You're the resource person, sir. Then we have, we also have Abba Aliyu, MD Rural Electrification Agency. That's the second resource person for this session. Abba Aliyu, MD Rural Electrification Agency. Okay, so our panelists for this session, we have Mr. Longe Yesufu, GM Seplat Energy PLC. Is he in the house? Can you indicate if you're around? Longe Yesufu, GM Seplat Energy PLC. The second person is Bagwan Moke, MD MBH Power. Wow. Then we have Elugile Mizimba, MD Stimoko. MD Stimoko. Then we have Mr. Muideen Oladapo, Being Cost Solution Limited. Our moderator for this session is Engineer Suleiman Babamonu, MD Rocky Mountain Institute. Please, let's give him a round of applause. I don't know what's happening. Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay, I think we will start. Our resource person will start first, and our moderator will take over.
Yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can I have a slide? If it's up, I'll be fine. Right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, the moderator of the section. My name is Honorable Barrister Omale, Commissioner for Power, Renewable Energy and Transport, Benue State. A privilege to be in section at this Lagos Energy Summit, courtesy of my colleague, Commissioner, and the team that put them together. At the breakout section, we will be looking at bridging the energy divide, looking at technical and infrastructural solution for unserved and underserved areas. Let me just, by way of a remark, emphasize the fact that as we'll be looking at the situation in Lagos, it stands out for every other subnational we have in Nigeria, because the case for unserved and underserved communities is one and same, and hence the technical and infrastructural challenge and the solution we attempt to profile in sections applies. So on that note, we can now take it up. Okay. Which with all right. We have seen the efforts of the federal government identifying the fact that power is epicenter for socioeconomic transformation, and every effort of government over the time is directed at enhancing the energy supply so that socioeconomic activities can peak. A concentration over the times. Concentration over the time has been majoring on urban center. That notwithstanding, we also see that our rural communities are largely impacted, not in the positive light as we can have them in urban center. Lagos being the former capital of Nigeria enjoys series of attention And when we engage in rural electrification activities, there is this whole lot of issue that is Lagos in the class that can take benefit of this. And then I can see my colleague commissioner laboriously driving home the fact that there are still rural communities within Lagos that are grappling with energy deficiency, and their strive is to ensure that energy access is bridged up. And as we do this, there are unserved and underserved areas where we still have technical and infrastructural barriers that have made reliability of energy a whole lot of difficult. And then we attempt to look at unserved areas within the context of this conversation, those with no access to the grid, areas with no grid connection or formal electricity supply. Underserved area may be connected, but then the associated challenge is that they seldomly have stable or reliable energy for them to do their work. So we have poor reliability and insufficient energy supply. And often this is limited to a few hours in a day and in times that they do their work. This is not just a technical issue, it has an impact on both social economic activities, because we know that power and energy, the sufficiency of it, drives home all our activities. So we have it attended consequences where we don't have sufficient energy in our rural communities. Right, the energy access landscape. You can see that from the slides that, the World Bank had put it about like 85 million Nigeria, roughly about 40% of our population lack energy access, as we now measure on, the national grid. Lagos, being the Nigeria Economic Center, still grapples with, pockets of, inaccessible power supply, particularly in underserved urban slums and the peri-urban communities within the Lagos enclave. That applies to other cities across the country. We need solutions that are fit for the context so that we can scale up and tailor the solution as we attempt to bridge this energy gap using Lagos as a case study. Now, the infrastructure and technical landscape. We're looking at the challenges that confront, underserved and unserved communities. The infrastructural challenges, one of them we have identified is that grid extension limitation. For you to grant energy to unserved community, the cost of transmission and distribution network is on the high side, and then being a commodity as peak, it will be a little difficult for them to be returned on investment, and so it is for a negative consideration. We are grappling with that. Then right of ways issue, land dispute and environmental restraint. All this are associated to grid extension. Paraventure, as a state or subnational who are desirous of granting energy access using the national grid, this challenge confronts us. Then you have weak and overload network. This applies to every other places where you have many urban slums that suffer from our updated distribution infrastructure. We have heard presentation from technical angle where they tell us the need for regular maintenance and the need to strengthen both distribution and transmission network. So as you attempt to extend energy access to underserved communities, we are confronted with obsolete infrastructure that impair what we do. And then thirdly, we have also identified as one of the infrastructural challenge poor asset visibility and planning. Right? At the just concluded section, we had and we maintain, even in this session, that data is key to planning and then to realizing all our goals for energy access to underserved and unserved community. But one of the technical challenges incomplete and outdated data on loads demand. Even when you have it, there will be an improvement, and these data are not updated, so it impair or create an infrastructural challenge as we'll attempt to bridge energy gap in the underserved and unserved communities. Okay, now, having looked at infrastructural challenge, we'll be looking at the technical challenge as we attempt to bridge up energy access to underserved and unserved communities using Lagos as a baseline. Okay, one of them we identify is a non-standard installation, informal and unsafe connection that create, fire hazard and system loss. Right, we kept mentioning that there is a need for scaling of our technical knowledge or technical know-how and infrastructure generally. Most of the original or initial infrastructural facility that we have, they need to be scaled up, but at the technical end, there are little or not so much that is done, so it makes it so much difficult for us to grant energy to underserved and unserved community in a very reliable form. Inadequate metering. We have said this contributes to energy loss, lack of functional meters that leads to energy theft and not cost-reflective billing. All right, so we don't have sufficient one even in the urban center, so attempting to taking it to underserved or rural communities, it will not be business traction. It will not cause business traction. So, but I can see all subnational effort taking a cue from the presidential metering initiative to ensure that until all households are metered, then you cannot have effective cost-reflective tariff, which will incentivize the energy market in our effort to grant power access to underserved and unserved community. Limited integration of renewable, right? The Electricity Act talks about energy mix, but again, the infrastructure we have before now might not necessarily absorb of, the transmission of energy generated from, renewable source to our natural, to our traditional national grid. So even if you generate using renewable, the excess, you find it difficult to have them absorb into national grid for further distribution to communities that are in need of energy. And then we have difficult terrain and remote geographies, as well as vandalization. You can continue to, as you continue the conversation of strengthening energy infrastructure in Nigeria, you also notice the case of difficult terrain. Using Lagos as a case study where you have a borderline with coastal line, setting up infrastructure from the mainland across the water bodies to underserved or remote communities. The terrain is not very friendly, and it tells on the cost. So it makes it impracticable in some cases to explore energy extension to underserved communities. And then, of course, vandalism, because the communities are remote, any attempt to extend energy to them is confronted with, incessant interruption by activities of human. But I can assure us that from the College of Commissioners of Power and Energy in Nigeria, we have identified this and set out to make copious legislation that will protect energy infrastructure, as pointed out by the moderator of the first section. So this technical challenge impair on energy access to unserved and underserved communities. And then we'll be looking at what then do we do in the circumstance, technical and infrastructural intervention as we laboriously attempt to grant energy to underserved and unserved community. Okay, identifying one of the key area of intervention is to decentralized energy system. All right, that is to build a very specific case of energy to underserved community, wherein you can isolate this community, identify their energy need, and deploy the right energy solution to meeting up with the underserved community or the unserved community. It is a lot cheaper to identify or design a purpose-built energy solution for this unserved community. Now, that takes us to mini-grid power. These are some of the identified isolated solutions that we can deploy to underserved and unserved community. A mini-grid solution can pass, powered by solar or hybrid source. All these alternatives that are available to us, that you can deploy solar mini-grid in cluster of, say, 50 to 100 households. That can also be cost efficient, and then it will cost a traction for investor to look at, and then it can be backed up with generators for ease of scale up, so that we can grant energy assets to underserved and unserved community. You look at a standalone solar home system for some of these remote communities, because if you want to do energy extension, the cost of infrastructure, as earlier identified, is high. So you deploy a standalone solar home system, and then it can be rapidly deployed without extending this mini grid. That will help in solving this solution. This identify technical and infrastructural challenge that impact or impair on energy extension to underserved and unserved community within Lagos State and every other states of the country in particular. Now, but of course, to achieving this, we have to be deliberate. That deliberate will come from our policy trust and then the legislative regime that will allow for this measure of intervention. And thank God, the Electricity Act has asked and enjoyed the several states in Nigeria to make law for the regulation of energy generation, transmission, and distribution within their space. Hence, we are no longer relying or bound to rely on the national grid to providing energy solution to the underserved and unserved community using any of these identified intervention approach. Now, the second one is geospatial mapping and load profiling. By the time we use GIS to identify and map up unserved communities, it will enable more strategic deployment of solutions. So we have to be very conscious of what to do and how to go about them. You allow discos and project developers to prioritize electrification zones with a high cost of social economic impact. If you do this, you would have designed your energy market in a way and manner that private developers and investors can look at it and take it up from there. Lagos State can develop a state electrification atlas for better planning. And I understand that, yes, by the planning of Lagos State, this data is well on their table. And as now that they have designed their energy market, every prospective investor can just pick and choose. They already have a data, and then they can identify which of the communities they can deploy this solution. Oh, my slide. Okay. This. All right. Then another form of intervention we have identified is smart metering and customer enumeration. Okay, as you design the energy markets, from experience, some of the meters that we have are not necessarily protecting energy theft and accurate of energy usage by the household. So therefore, we have also identified that if we need to intervene, then we must design smart metering and then proper customer enumeration so that we can deploy this solution to unserved and underserved community. You roll out your smart partial meters, And then this smart partial meter will allow for load capping. And then again, you undertake technical and customer enumeration to map actual energy demand of those rural communities, be them unserved and underserved community. And then with a geotapped customer enumeration, DISCO can better understand. They can better understand usage pattern for ease of, shading of available energy in this underserved and rural community. This isn't just about billing tools. It is fundamental for demand management and customer empowerment. All that is to create traction for underserved, for investment in underserved and unserved communities. We have also identified, again, distribution infrastructure upgrade. We agree, we identify one of the infrastructural challenges as obsolete distribution or transmission network. So we have to be deliberate in replacing failing transformer and upgrade low voltage line in underserved community. Introduce modular substation where low density justify investment. Right? You can see that the contact point from substation to some communities, the distance is much. So even if you want to do energy, distribution extension, you will attract more energy lost. And at the end, you will not achieve the purpose for which you do. So it is recommended again that a substation can also be set up closer to underserved community to strengthen energy efficiency. Implement ring fencing of feeders to insulate and manage underserved zone more effectively. All this, again, we have identified as area of intervention that can relatively stabilize energy supply to underserved and unserved communities within Lagos State and every other states in the country. Right. Number 5, we have seen intolerable technical standard. Of course, by regulation, all this can be addressed and managed as we attempt to grant energy to unserved and underserved community within Lagos State. Now, the technical solution cannot stand alone. They need strong policy, financing, and human capacity. Even the best technology fails without policy and financial backing. All right, then the key enablers for us to achieving all this have been identified and enumerated in this slide. Power is capital intensive, and as the states, say Lagos State, attempt to address energy inefficiency in our underserved and unserved community, you can take it away that the technical solution we identify in previous slides alone cannot address the issue. Then to get us into a better solution for unserved and underserved community, we advocate for a public-private partnership, a PPP arrangement, where government can de-risk investment by providing land policy support and matching grant. That can also help. And result-based financing used in rural solar programs can be replicated in urban slum electrification. And again, for regulatory certainty, the Nigerian Electricity Regulation Commission mini-grid regulation and the Lagos State Electricity 2023, both, now 2023 and that of Lagos State 2025, both provide legal backing for decentralized electrification efforts. Aligning with this framework, we ensure smoother permitting and implementation of energy or smart energy solution to underserved and unserved communities in Lagos State and beyond. And again, funding and subsidy. You can rely on any other means available to incentivize developer to serve high risk or low income areas. And then collaboration with Rural Electrification Agency, donor agency, who already have fund before now to to grant energy asset to underserved or unserved community will also do. And then we have also identified again that local workforce development. Of course, we kept talking about wants of capacity. And the available capacity is concentrated at the urban center, and then we need to personalize energy solution for unserved community. And the way you personalize it is to make them know the importance of the intervention and get their buy-in. Once you have their buy-in, they can now own and drive this program. So again, you train local technician and artisan to manage, install and operate and maintain new infrastructure, especially in solar, batteries and smart grid system within this rural community. And then we think of energy entrepreneur who can manage mini grid, troubleshooting faults and off-pay as you go services. Some of this local work, some of this intervention can be locally identified and then locally empowered so that they can own this project. And by the time this happens, it will reduce ultimately the cost of the deployment of solution to underserved and unserved community and create the necessary traction for investors. Oh. Okay. Now, a case study. Sorry, please. A case study. When you look at unserved and underserved community in Lagos State, we have seen their concerted effort to addressing energy solution in some of the unserved community, some of the urban, suburban communities, Magodo, the Ajazis. They have done some work. And they have identified for themselves Lagos Solar Project. They equip over 180 public schools and primary health center with solar PV system. These are special case solution or energy solution deployed to both public school and a primary health center in Lagos State. You can see Bamu Solar Hybrid Mini Grid in Ogun State. And then the Makoko Lagos, a pilot project using floating solar unit to bring light to infamous waterfront communities. Here you find it very difficult to deploy to extend any energy infrastructure because of the high cost. So therefore, you can look at a floating solar unit. Lagos is exploring that around these houses. So the use of handheld GPS tools and mobile service to identify potential off-grid solution for waterfront communities. Once this is done, then you can direct energy solution that meet specific needs of our rural communities. So these are some of the case studies we can see here in Lagos, Ogun State, and in Benue. We have also identified, we are also deployed some standalone or off-grid solution to our rural communities. A conclusion. Can you help with my slide, please? All right. Yeah, that's all that I have said. So all we need to do is to take both steps to resolve the infrastructural bottlenecks that we have identified and the governance framework that can unlock private sector innovations. With smart planning, collaboration, and execution, we can make Lagos a model state for inclusive energy assets. And let us build a Lagos where no one is left out. That has been the cry of the Honorable Commissioner for Energy and Mineral Resources in Lagos State. He identified the challenge, the topographical challenge, but that notwithstanding, they are committed to granting energy access to all in Lagos State like every other state in Nigeria. A call to action to facilitate a cross-sectoral cooperation, embrace data-led implementation, and then you implement a scalable and inclusive infrastructural investment. As an enabler, the state does this, and then the energy market of Lagos will be open for prospective investors, and then there will be power access to all the people in Lagos State, and that will spin socio-economic activities that will engender good government in Lagos State. On that note, I say thank you for listening and the opportunity to share our thoughts.
Thank you, sir. Please, can we give him another round of applause? You are the moderator, sir. Oh, no. Sorry. Okay. So the floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Good morning. Is it morning? Yeah, still morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much, Mr. O'Malley, for the very insightful presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Suleiman Babamanu. Thanks to the organizers and the Lagos State government, they've just given me a promotion to the managing director at RMI. So now I'm not the MD at RMI, I'm the country director. So maybe when I get promoted, I would give you that feedback so we can all celebrate. Thank you for making the time to attend this session. I'm really excited to sort of have a conversation on technical solutions for unserved and underserved locations in Nigeria. And looking forward to a fruitful conversation. How much time do we have?
We're running out of time because we're supposed to be.
Yeah. So what are we looking at so that I know how to? 20. Okay, I'll try and prioritize. Just to provide a context, my organization, RMI, is a non-profit organization based out of Colorado in the U.S. We're present in 70 countries. We are over 700 staff. Our mission is transforming global energy systems to secure clean, prosperous, zero-carbon future for all. We've been present in Nigeria since 2017. This is about 7 years now, and we have collaborated with different government entities, the REA, the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission, some state governments like Lagos. We have several conversations with His Excellency the Honorable Commissioner in looking at how we can support the state government to, hit their target of electrification in the state. When we talk about energy access, and especially as we talk about unserved and underserved locations in Nigeria, it's not necessarily only about infrastructural development. When we talk about energy, we're talking about economic growth, we're talking about education, we're talking about healthcare, job creation. And as we've seen from many presentations throughout this summit, we don't need to talk about the huge number of people that don't have access to electricity. And it goes beyond just a single entity or a disco or a developer to be able to provide that solution. It requires a lot of collaboration, and I feel like anytime we come together in summit like this, there exists that we have everyone present who is able to if we're able to work together, we can actually address all of these concerns. So today, we have an interesting panel members. Of course, as you've heard from the Honorable Commissioner from Benue State, Mr. O'Malley, we also have two very respectful panelists. My former colleague, we used to work with Queen back in the REA when I used to work with the Rural Electrification Agency. She's representing Stimaco. Please give her a round of applause. I also have Mr. Muhyiddin, who is from Bean Cost Integrated Solutions. And these two companies are both involved in metering and smart solutions. And I like the fact that Mr. Muhyiddin was asking questions about, I think, on the previous panel about, solutions on energy theft. And it's one of the questions I was actually going to throw at him. So it's good that you brought it up yourself. So, but before I go into that, I know we don't have so much time, but I'm really wanted to give you some, like very quickly, just to give the audience some background about your respective companies. We can start with you, Mr. Muhyiddin, and then you can hand over to, so just very quickly introduce yourself, your company, what you do, and then, you know, we can go into the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank Lagos State government for this opportunity. My name is Muhyiddin Oladapo. I'm the Chief Energizing Officer of Bean Cost Integrated Solution. Bean Cost Integrated Solution is a mini grid developer and EPC partners to other renewable energy companies. We built 7 mini grids in Niger Delta, and it's very functional and operating and also consulting for other renewable energy companies. Our head office is in Lagos here, Ikeja, and we work across Nigeria and outside Nigeria. Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry about my voice. I'm talking and breathing at the same time, so try to speak a bit slower. But my name is Queen Agomon, and I'm representing my MD, Elu Gile Ziba. She's not right now here, but she sends her greetings. Well, at Stimaco, I work as sales and marketing operations manager. So Stimaco, basically, we are here to offer value proposition that enables utilities to get paid for the power that they supply. I mean, it doesn't make sense to generate and distribute power if you're not able to get your revenue back from the end user. So we do this through advanced metering infrastructure. We have a very robust Internet of Things metering software that we pair with the hardware, and we are situated in we provide solutions to developers in over 22 states, 22 countries, I beg your pardon, across the world. And we basically help to manage this across 100 sites, and we've sold and deployed over 50,000 meters. And so we have based here in Nigeria. We have now also recently merged with Shift. So we have a new merger, and so with a new management as well. And so now, so we do a lot of things. We do metering for the on-grid, for the off-grid, and also for estate sub-metering. So we're here to stay in the long haul. So we do all these things, and our meters are meter agnostic. Our software is meter agnostic. So regardless of the meter OEM or the vendor, we're able to integrate with various meters. Currently, it stands at 8 OEMs that we have integrated with. And yeah, so I think that gives a nutshell about us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me begin with Honorable Commissioner from Benue State. Right? Am I right? Right. So thank you for that presentation. And I think the Electricity Act, is the reason why we're actually able to come together to talk about how state governments can take advantage of that. You have highlighted in your presentation, sort of a set of challenges, right, both on the technical side and infrastructural side, and also spoken about some potential solutions that would help to address that. I wanted to, which has been very comprehensive. I wanted to, to sort of, drill a little bit further to ask you if you were to prioritize in terms of some of the challenges that, especially in relation to the state, that to Benue State, what would you prioritize as far as challenges are concerned? One of the key responsibilities of the state is to be able to create that enabling environment to allow especially private sector to flourish. But I just wanted to hear from you, like, what would you prioritize? And if you were to seek for support, even though you've also sort of identified some of that relates to grant funding and sort of collaboration and so on. But I just want to hear from you on that.
All right, let me say a big thank you for that question and an opportunity in section to share our thoughts from Benue State. Benue State, like every other state in the country, approach this new regime of the power market in Nigeria with some misfeeling, but with a determination to be realistic. We're all coming from that background of the Electricity Act 2023 that allow for states to set up their energy markets and then make law for power generation, transmission, and distribution within their space. Prioritizing what the situation or the challenge are therefrom is identification of where we are. Grossly, there is want of sufficient capacity to appreciate and drive the transition program, transition process from the unilateral or national power management system that we have to the subnational and multiple energy market we now have in Nigeria. So for us, is to get the power sector's policy very correctly, and then to also have the necessary enabling legislation to clearly articulate what the energy market and then the regulatory framework within Benue State is all about. So we are determined, having identified this human resource capacity, lack of human resource capacity, to collaborate and then work with relevant partners, be them government and non-governmental agency, to bridge this capacity gap so that as we drive the process, we can actualize our efforts to bridge energy gaps in Benue State. But again, the policy thrust for Benue State is putting state at the position of enabler, where we create that enabling environment, having established the energy market in Benue State for prospective investors and developers to find it as a safe haven for energy investment that will guarantee protections of their investment, and then with the right policy framework that will occasion return or recoup of their investment and make it break even. Our policy, our power sector policy is that of end to end, from generation through that sales, where we have codified energy and power in Benue State as a commodity and items for willing buyer at a rate where prospective investors will be determined with the joint effort of the Benue State Energy Regulatory Commission. Right, so where to start from is strengthening and amplifying the energy policy in Benue State and the legislative framework that regulates the energy market in Benue State. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think, thank you. I think I like your point around creating that energy market, because eventually, at the end of the day, the state government would want to see investment flow in. And if you don't identify what that market looks like and the opportunity, it will be very difficult. Thank you very much. I want to come to you, Muhyiddin. You are both as you have mentioned, a developer, and I have seen, from your website that also smart solutions and things like that. And the question I wanted to ask you is, how have you, in the context of the mini grids and what you have developed in both unserved and underserved locations, how has that been going, and how have you used smart solutions to sort of address some of the challenges that we've all heard about the issue of revenue and theft and things like that? I recall from the Honorable Commissioner yesterday at the opening of this event, he did mention, as part of what the Lagos state government is trying to ensure, is anyone coming to Lagos to do business would not be allowed to charge an estimated billing. And we know, and I think the president of Renewable Energy Association, provided some remarks that pretty much every mini grid has their customers completely metered. But I just wanted to hear from you as it relates to the mini grids that you're deploying, smart metering, and how that is going.
Okay, thank you very much. And it's quite fortunate that I have Stemanco here, which has been our partner since inception with our first deployment in 2021. So we've been employing the use of AMI meter, the smart metering meter from Temaco and some other brands that we've been using. But extensively, it has been a great result and great return on investment for deploying smart meter in all our grids, in the sense that it enables the customer to see what they are using, the way their consumption is, and also to plan on what to use and what not to use. Then also, the issue of energy theft, it actually reduces it to barest minimum, I must say, because to every meter we deploy, we make sure that we take it out of the reach of the customer, in the sense that every meter deployed is on the pole. Because the smart meter itself is an IP65 that it can withstand different kind of weather. So it's help to mitigate against energy theft. And there is also, in all the locations where we have mini grids, we have a stakeholder engagement where we have a power committee that sees to any challenges from the community. We had an issue some times ago in a location in Warri North. It's about 3 hours drive, boat drive from Sapele to that community. And we have some issue with energy theft where somebody was trying to steal the energy. And everybody was like, oh, we've already planned what everybody needs to use. So if you are using more than what you are supposed to use, your breakout will triple. And they tried to do some sort of playing very smart, and it shut down the entire network serving that particular area. So we were called upon, and before they called us, we've seen on our monitoring solution that something is actually going on, and we talked to the power committee, and that particular person was sanctioned. And till today, the community agreed that they should remove that person from the network, that they should not enjoy that service again, because it's a disservice to us as a mini-grid developer, taking loans here and there to set up this solution. So smart metering has been a game changer, I must say, into the mini-grid development. And every other developer also testifies to it, and REA are also doing a fantastic job in terms of integrating all the smart metering system into Odyssey platform to also monitor from their end. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Just before you go, very quickly, does any of your portfolio includes interconnected mini grids?
Not yet, but we are actually planning it because interconnected mini grids actually involve a lot of process, which you have to talk to the discos, signing a tripartite agreement and the lights, and also the involvement, the capital involvement in interconnected mini grid, it's quite huge, that it takes a lot of time, and you need to really give a lot of research to see that what you are taking on and vis-a-vis the investment. And the reason why this is so is that many of the mini grid that has been deployed, the issue of sustainability auditing at times is a challenge. And what did I mean by sustainability auditing is that when you are setting up a power system, you need to evaluate how sustainable is this grid going to be in terms of the usage. Is there anything in that community that will take up that power that you are generating? And why is it that they are underserved? Why is it that the disco are not serving them? Is it because they are not paying, or there are no productive activity that they can leverage on to give power to that community? Because all these things needs to put in perspective. And also, if there are none of that in place, then as a developer, we can think and look at the material and resources around that environment to look at it. How can we stimulate this to generate economy around the power system that we want to build and supply into that community.
Yeah, thank you very much. It doesn't look like you're a big fan of interconnected mini grid, so I'm a big fan of IMGs, and some of the data shows that in terms of average revenue per user on interconnected mini grids, far out, supersedes what you see in an isolated mini grid. I mean, there are many reasons why discos are not supplying to certain locations, and could be the decay of the infrastructure, as we have mentioned, and part of the business model is also to ensure that the distribution network is upgraded. But I agree with you that it can be a bit more challenging. I'll come to you, Quinn, and as Moideen has mentioned, I think you're doing a very good job in sales and marketing, because pretty much a lot of developers I've spoken to have actually deployed the use of SteamerCo. And you have also begun to mention some of the works that you've already been doing, and I just wanted to double click on that and talk about like how you have leveraged smart metering to sort of address challenges as it relates to revenue and grid monitoring as it relates to underserved locations. And I know that SteamerCo is piloting some projects, even within the grid network. So I just want to double click on that and just learn from you what you've been doing so far.
Yeah, thank you. So with SteamerCo, most of our client base is they are independent power producers and also suppliers, and so these are also mostly out there in the rural areas, even if we also have customers on the grid side as well. But these meters are smart for a reason, and the fact that they are smart just means that they have a two-way communication. So when you speak to the meter speaks back to you. So you query it and it sends back information, whereas the dump meter is just a one-way, right? And so the benefit of a smart meter is the fact that with our software platform, integrated with the hardware, the smart meter, you can get remote monitoring, right? So you can see what's happening on the site without having to go there. You could also control it. You could, stop the meter. You could add tokens to the meter. You could troubleshoot the meter right from, just your laptop, wherever you are across the world, so as long as you have internet. Also, the smart meter, the good thing about it as well is the fact that you can have flexible tariff models, because communities differ, and some communities may not be doing so well in terms of just like you mentioned, like interconnected mini grid communities, they're making more money than isolated mini grid communities, and so we have flexible tariff models that maybe like monthly, or billing per time. You could just say you can only have power between 8 and 6. You could pay monthly. You could pay per energy usage per kilowatt, just whatever it is. There's just a lot of flexibility around this software. This improves affordability and also reduces default for users as well. Also, the good thing about the smart metering platform is the fact that you can aggregate data. So you can gather data, you can see what's being used, and that helps with predicting, load demand, helps to plan scaling up of the, system, the community. It also helps to, provide performance insight to investors and to regulators. For instance, like you mentioned Odyssey. So particularly with the REA, the NEP program and the DES program, part of the requirement to get your payment is to ensure that there's an integration and they can see that those households are indeed connected, not just for word, but they can see it and they can see that they're actually metering, and you can see that there's data, energy consumption per household. Also, there's mobile money integration that these meters have as well. So our platform is integrated with Flutterwave currently, and the benefit of this is the fact that you don't necessarily need to have a lot of manpower in the rural areas. These customers could basically recharge or vend using USSD codes, right? We're currently working on a customer app as well, whereby they could also recharge by themselves, But if you have communities where you have people who rather do like paying cash or do a transfer, we also have an app. And this way you just have like a third party, agent on the ground, and what he does is just collect the money and then use the app to vend for them. And so we've been able to tailor this solution in a way whereby it's very accessible, it's flexible, and it's transparent. It just works for, the mini-grid. Like he has mentioned, it has really helped to curb costs. There's no energy theft. Well, not no, but it's highly limited. But I would say that one of the biggest challenge is the telecom network, because the biggest thing about the smart meter is the fact that it communicates across the cloud, right? So you need internet, and internet is very integral for its functioning. However, we have communities where, the network is not so strong, that brings a limitation. However, our meters are really robust enough that we have, now we have Wi-Fi enabled meters, so we encourage people to have VSAT, satellite networks, very high-speed internet like Starlink. So that also helps for communities that are far out in the sites. But even these meters, we have a hybrid communication. We have two types of communication. We have the GPRS, which is GSM. So basically, it means that each meter communicates by itself. But then we also have another option, which is, we call it hybrid. But basically, it's like a Wi-Fi, whereby you have a data aggregator, like a DCU, call it DCU, data concentrator unit. It aggregates information from the meter. So pending where the network is working or is on, and then that DCU then uploads the data to the platform. So it just works for the rural setting.
I mean, ladies and gentlemen, you can see why Steamaco is making. There was something you touched on, and I don't know how much time we have left. And I wanted to also just very quickly touch on that about, the sort of the kind of customers we deal with in rural communities as it relates to digital literacy, right? And I'm glad you touched on the fact that there are options that allows, customers that don't necessarily understand how to operate that. Maybe we can touch a bit about that. I want to go back to Honorable Commissioner Omale, and we've spoken about some of the challenges, and we've spoken about some of the interventions that are required. I wanted to hear from you specifically, drawing from what you've seen as happening in Lagos, and for example, since you've made references to sort of the advances Lagos State has done, I wanted to hear specifically, what is the state government doing to sort of attract private sector right now, not what it's going to do, right? Already, these are some of the steps that the state has taken to sort of, build those collaborations, attract the investment, build that network, and, as you have mentioned also, to upskill the relevant, skill workforce to be able to respond to what the state is planning to do.
Okay, thank you. For us in Benue State, I mentioned earlier on that we are deliberate about bridging energy gap within the state, taking full responsibility as a state to making sure that the people of Benue State have relatively energy supply in a very stable and affordable manner. And we also acknowledge the fact that power is capital intensive, and therefore all that the state need to do is to leverage on the Electricity Act 2025 to clearly articulate her policy thrust and then to set up her regulatory framework. Putting the state now in the state of enabler, and as an enabler, it's our concern as a state to create a safe haven for power sector investor to come look at our energy market and then to deploy their investment for business. Then to doing that, we also taking steps to, in our policy, articulates the role of the states from that enabling standpoint. How do we incentivize, the energy market to make it a traction for developers and energy investors, from ensuring, relative, peace around the community for investors to have a safe place to doing their business, to our ease of doing business legislation. And for the very first time, the government of Benue State has established for ourselves again Benue Investment Promotion, Commission. That commission serves as a one-stop shop, text for ease of doing business in Benue State. It identifies all that we need in regulatory regime, and then interconnection between all MDAs of governments, putting them on one and same decks to dealing and engaging with every prospective investors that is going to come into Benue State, from land acquisition to security to legislative framework to tax matters and administrations. All that are resolved on a table of conversation that is managed by the Benue Investment Promotion Commission. All right, so these are deliberate efforts by government to making sure that yes, we incentivize the space and then protect investment. And what is more, the Electricity Act 2023 copiously allow for deployment of energy solution to underserved and or rural communities, and then by that it encourages that there should be rural community cooperatives for the purpose of stakeholders engagement, for them to appreciate the need for power in their rural community and to own it, to protecting it, and to pay for it as a commodity when this solution is eventually deployed to their respective communities. So ladies and gentlemen, for us, Benue State, we are very clear, and it's a place to stop by for business with all machineries in place now for ease of doing business. There won't be any distraction, there won't be any prolonged time, knowing that time is money and that we need the power and that the solution is in the hand of investors. Our market is very clearly articulate, village to village, all the necessary data that will inform business decision are already put together in Benue State.
So when are you inviting us for Benue State Energy Summit?
Energy Summit, yes. Yes, in the cost of this transition, and then how to also coordinate ourselves to take benefit of all available intervention there are from the state government, from the federal government through individuals. We have agreed as a commissioner to collaborate and strengthen capacity so that we can leverage on experience of those who have gone ahead of us and are doing one and same thing. We have identified what to do and how to do them. This is one of it. Was why we can all be here to see what Lagos is doing and to build the necessary linkages and traction to Benue or to other states, representatives that are in section. From the federal government interaction, from the Forum of Commissioner of Power and Energy in Nigeria, our interaction with RA has put it on their decks that we can no longer determine project for us, we should be part of it. And then to achieving that, we can see a roundtable being set up by RA for state government, where they bring in energy investors and private developers under a roof for a conversation and then for people to make informed business choice and decision. Lagos had her own day before yesterday, and for Benue State, we secure approval for 23rd, talking with MD of RA, 23rd, short a time, not so feasible. Sooner from now, that date will be reviewed, and then the roundtable for Benue State will be convened in Abuja, and it will be followed up with Energy Summit for us.
Thank you so much. Do we have time to take questions from the audience? Okay, but before we do that, one thing that I just wanted to also double click on is, I know like Benue State is referred to as the food basket of the nation, right? And part of the work that we've done at RMI is Energizing Agriculture project, which brings together energy and businesses. I feel like there's no other state in the country that really would benefit from that than Benue State. So I would love to have a further conversation with you on how we can collaborate. I still have some questions for the panelists, but I do wanted to give opportunity to the audience to ask some questions. I see a hand up here. Anyone? There's one there. And okay, so we have 3 questions, so let's take them. Please introduce yourself, direct it to any member of the tell us who you're directing your question to, and yeah, introduce yourself, tell us who you're directing it to, and just very straight to the point. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Dr. Agetomodi. I'm the MD CEO of Nigecom Technologies Limited. My question goes straight to the Honorable Commissioner of Benue State. It's a good thing that you are expecting some investors in Benue State, as you rightly said. Did I get you right? Okay, fantastic. What are the modalities that's being given to the investors to come in? Then would we engage? How do we go about it? How do we execute it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take the 3 questions. There's the gentleman behind. And
Thank you so much. My question goes to the commissioner from Benue State. I didn't hear that. Okay, Chief Dr. Anita Nana Okuribido, President of Women in Renewable Energy Association. I know that in Benue State, being the food basket, you produce a lot of agro items like tomatoes and mangoes a lot, Peter and Julie, and most of them go to waste because you do not have preservative measures. So I'm asking, what are your plans for using green devices for agricultural development vis-a-vis preservation, storage, and processing? Thank you.
thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much. My name is Samuel Ofunwa. I am the director of Watmas Limited, United Kingdom. So I've been listening and taking notes, and I have loads of questions. I'm just going to ask one. And these questions border around planning, regulation, legislations, law, data, IT, AI, best practices, general resources. But I'll be looking at what initiatives are in place. This is directed straight to the organizers and Lagos State government. What initiatives are in place to involve Nigerian diaspora in Lagos energy sector projects, particularly in areas requiring AI and IT expertise, under the context of recognizing the wealth of knowledge amongst Nigerians abroad? The government could seek to harness this expertise to drive development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think, Honorable Commissioner, you're very popular here. So, did you hear the 2 questions? So the first question is around how investors can come in. What do they need to do essentially what guidance can you provide? And then the second question from our president of YIA is around how you're dealing with food waste, vis-a-vis the conversation I started having around, Benue being the food basket of the nation.
Okay, yeah. In Benue State, how do we engage investors? Yes. Following the establishment of the Ministry of Power, Renewable Energy and Transport, a reaction to the Electricity Act, like every other state for the very first time, Ministry of Power and Energy was a new setup. We have received direct and personal energy solution proposals from developers and investors. And then as a state government, what we did after the establishment of the ministry was to set up a technical and advisory committee on power solution for Benue State, right? As well as studying the Electricity Act and then how to make laws for ourselves and then to set up a clear-cut energy policy for Benue State. We leverage on the technical and advisory committee on power sector development in Benue State. All proposal for energy solution, either directly to the governor, will be minutes back to the commissioner and is sent to the committee for a review. And if it passes, invitation is extended to the concept developers, and then they are invited for a presentation and then the interaction on their proposals. From there, we have a database of those who have to do what, and then how to do what in Benue State. Again, on the skeleton note, that's ongoing, and following that, we have enjoyed some of them who are currently in Benue State deploying one form of solution or the other for the benefit of our people. A further step is leveraging on the roundtable that is going to be conveyed by Rural Electrification Agency for the benefit of the Benue State government in the area of energy solution to Benue State. That meeting will put in a room private sector energy developers and investors. And there, Benue State will have opportunity to highlight or espouse what the energy market in Benue State looks like, and then the potential and opportunities there are in Benue State for prospective investors and developers to look at. And how do we engage it from there? The state government is very deliberate about creating ease of doing business in Benue State. And like I said before now, that got us into establishing for ourselves the Benue State Investment Promotion Commission. That commission is a one-stop shop desk for engagement between Benue State government and prospective investors in every other thematic areas in Benue State. If I have a proposal for energy solution, I'm inviting you to that roundtable where all players will be in the room, from the technical committee on the power solution for Benue State, to the Ministry of Trade, Commerce and Investment, to the Ministry of Land, so that no land is going to be involved, to the advisors on the government on security, internal and external, because yes, insecurity lives with us now. So we need to give assurance to every of our investors that Benue is ready to provide security for your life and for your investment. Then the tax players or tax administrator for Benue State will be in the room, so that they also know what tax regime govern the kind of business that you are introducing in Benue State. And they will also tell you what tax relax, tax incentive, tax motivational tickets that they have. They can put it all on the room. So there and then we can close the deal. So there's ease of doing business in Benue State. And then at the close of our roundtable session broke out by Rural Electrification Agency, we certainly will be convening the Benue State Energy Summit, where we'll give everybody opportunity to see on the ground what Benue State looks like, and then the opportunities that are there in Benue for investors and developers to explore. By the way, we have gone ahead to have for the 23 local government, the local government power solution committee in line with our proposed law. These committees are the ones who will engage the rural communities of the benefit of power, how to own it, and that power is now a commodity in Benue State. If you want it, you must pay for it. So we'll prepare the minds of our consumer ahead of the visit of any or deployment of any energy solution. And then having said that, let me address what she said. What are we doing to manage waste and all stuff? Yeah, we are experiencing or recording this waste in agricultural produce. and every other items in Benue State, like any other state, because of inadequate power supply, and then poor infrastructural network, be them road, and then want of second value facility to our agricultural produce. The government of Hyacinth Yonemalia identifying all this, proactively set out to addressing them one at a time. And to doing that, in the immediate, what do? We need to create road access to our rural communities so that we can take every of these item you mentioned, not limited to them, to every other one that we produce in Benue State that gave to us the appellation, the food basket of the nation. So, as we speak now, there is a road design connecting the 11 federal constituency in Benue State to every of the center city, zone A, B, C. This project is ongoing. That's why we can talk of 361 kilometers of road network going on right now in Benue State. Benue State is a road construction community as we speak now. We have several of them. So it's our target that within the first 3 years of this administration that would have been realized, so that all items, agricultural items, can access the market from the rural communities. In the short run, we're also leveraging on technology and innovation that could be preservative of these agricultural produce that are inherent in Benue State. We're directing our conversation and outsourcing of intervention to the critical areas that will address or add value to what we do in Benue State. That's ongoing, and then we have had some skeletal intervention by some international communities, and then the Ministry of Agriculture, Federal Ministry of Agriculture, in partnership with that of the state for food security, have deployed some immediate solution or energy solution that preserving our cassava. Yeah, the immediate one that I can speak of is in terms of cassava. And then as we come out, I had conversation with the MD of Cloud Energy to see how we can, because we are bordered by River Benue and River Castina. So fishery activity is also on the high. So how do we preserve our fish beyond the traditional, smoking and sunning, to preserving them so we can add value. Then the Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Investment has also come up with a design of primary value addition to all that we produce, our agricultural produce in Benue State. All right, so the blueprint is at advanced stage. It tells of how deliberate and determined that this government of Hyacinth Yonemalia of Benue State is poised to addressing and adding value to what we do, so that Benue can truly be that food basket that we have. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that very comprehensive response. I know we are running out of time. There's a question directed to the Lagos State government, which is above my pay grade. I'm not sure if there's any representative from the Lagos State government that is wanting to respond to how we're working with diaspora to sort of take advantage of all of the advances as it relates to AI and other technologies. Is there anyone who can respond to that, or anyone who we can direct the... Is that you, sir? Okay.
Yeah, sorry, please. The commissioner will come, and then somebody from Lagos will speak to it. But in section of this ongoing energy summit, I know there is a hall that is designated for ICT energy solution. Right? It aggregates everybody that have concepts in ICT solution for energy protection in Lagos State. I know I can see young chap doing and designing ICT solution. Yes, there is a room. I've visited the place, and in Benue State, same thing. The young chaps are doing wonderfully well. They are designing solution to identifying community mapping, how to deploy solution, troubleshooting. They will identify, and then so it's a whole lot. So please, you talk more with my colleague, Commissioner of Lagos State, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, so thank you very much. I do want to give just 15 to each member of the panel for a very, very quick closing before we finally wrap. 15 seconds. Your time starts now.
All right. Let me thank Lagos State government and the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources for this opportunity, and then for every participant in section to also bring to your attention that Benue State is a safe haven for energy solution deployment, and that it's a place to do business. Our community are expectant of any intervention, and they are willing, ready to pay for it. And then the state government has also consciously set out ease of doing business platform that you can talk to us and see what we do in Benue State. So I invite you to talk to us, raise your concept, we'll talk to your concept and engage one another, and then see how you can deploy your solution for the benefit of the people of Benue State. I thank you.
Thank you. Moidin.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. And in closing, I just wanted to employ both the government and the private sector that whenever we are thinking about power solution, we should not think about power solution alone as a solution, but to build an ecosystem around power system so that we have an holistic solution, solving power problem, solving economic problem, developing capacity, and also security. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a great time. Thanks for having me. In conclusion, I would just like to say, I'm speaking to developers in the room, that please plan ahead, right? These meters are not always there in the country. It takes time to produce them. We would love that you give us a pipeline of what you intend to do in the next 2-3 years, or even just 1 year, and just say, I intend to buy this X amount of meters. And so aggregating your procurement helps to reduce your costs and helps to make sure these meters are available whenever you need them deployed. Also would like to say that digital payment is critical for financial sustainability of these mini grids, as well as it helps, and remote monitoring also helps to reduce operation and maintenance costs. So I encourage you and urge you to please use smart meters going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the session. Conversations around how we improve energy would continue to go on until we find a solution. Let it not bore you. I know it can be a bit boring sometimes, but it's in events like this that we build networks, build collaborations, and hopefully we can come here one day and say, from the networking session that we had, we were able to at least address or make a contribution to the energy access gap. On behalf of myself and the panelists, I want to thank the Lagos State government for organizing this and bringing us together, and for you for the patience that you have to be with us today. Really appreciate it. Please give a round of applause to the communities, and thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you very much. I would like you to please give them another round of applause. It's really been an engaging and interactive session having them here. So on behalf of the Lagos State government, we would like to say a very big thank you for honoring our invitation. And we hope that next time when we call upon you, you'll honor us as well. So at this point in time, I would like to call on Engineer Katie Balogun, General Manager, Lagos State Electrification Agency, to do a little presentation on behalf of the Lagos State government. Engineer Balogun, sir.
On behalf of Lagos State government and the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, I present this plate to the Honorable Commissioner of Energy, Benue State. Thank you, sir. On behalf of Lagos State Government and the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, I present this plaque for your great participation. Muhyiddin, thank you very much. On behalf of Lagos State Government and the Ministry of Mineral Resources, Energy and Mineral Resources, I present this plaque for your participation in this panel session. Thank you very much. On behalf of Lagos State and the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, I present this plaque for your participation in this panelist session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So at this point, we'll have our tea break. Yeah, it's time for our tea break. Please, let's go out. Yes, we can stretch our legs, use the convenience. The tea break is 15 minutes, please.
The guy is a photographer from Lagos State Electrification. This lady wants to have a contact with his contact. She needs pictures. So come along, let me check if you're going to be here or not.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to have you back after that short break. This session is talking about women. Women, accelerating women capital in energy. And our moderator for today is Dr. Segun Adaju, CEO, Consistent Energy Limited. Can we have you on the podium, please? Thank you, sir. Please, let's give him a round of applause. And our resource person for this session is engineer Mrs. Margaret Oguntala, but she's been represented by by Dr. Mrs. Amahu. Dr. Mrs. Amahu, can you please have you on the I'm going to the panelists now. Our very own Mommy Energy in the ministry. We call her Mommy Energy. Engineer Mrs. Abiola Koshege, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. She's our first panelist. Please, let's give her another round of applause. The next panelist is Mrs. Eyono Fatai Williams, President, Women in Energy Network. Oh. Who is representing? Okay, she's been represented by Mrs. Walla Joseph. The next person is Dr. Yinka Opeke, CEO Smart Energies Limited. You're welcome. Please, let's give them, let's appreciate them. Oh, wow. Dr. Anita Nana Okuribido, President, Women Renewable Energy. Please, let's give her a round of applause. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. So I'll hand over the mic to Dr. Mrs. Amau, who is our resource person. She'll be the one to start the slides. Stay here. Bring the prompter.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having me here. I'm representing engineer Mrs. Margaret Oguntala, the President of Nigerian Society of Engineers. My name is Dr. Ibilola Mao. I'm a fellow of Nigerian Society of Engineers as well. And I'll be talking to my slides, which is previous. Yes. Previous slide, please. Previous slide, please. Yes. Excuse me, please, can you just put on the first slide? Please, can you take us back to the first slide? Are you on the first slide? Okay, can we go to the first slide, please? So I'll be talking about strategies to improve gender diversity in engineering for the energy sector, because I'm obviously speaking on the platform of Nigerian Society of Engineers, And I must confess, I'm a woman in energy, a member of the Women in Energy Network. So I'm glad to see Women in Energy Network members here as well. So I won't bore you with this, the outline. So Nigerian Society of Engineers was established in 1958. And I'm pleased to mention that engineer Mrs. Margaret Ogutala is the first female president of Nigerian Society of Engineers in 60 years, in over 60 years. So with over 50,000 members in NSC, corporate members, fellows, full members, and student members, we have not had a female engineer lead the association. So this just basically tells you that we do have a leadership problem in terms of gender diversity in the energy sector. And I mean, the first two panels we've had this morning, I mean, it was a struggle to find a woman on any of them. So there's not just a problem in engineering. Women are underrepresented in engineering. We're also underrepresented in the energy sector, the oil and gas sector. I think women are even doing a lot better in renewable energy than in the oil and gas sector. And I found it interesting that Lagos State has the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, because mineral resources is so critical to energy. And we're not quite making that connection. And this is where I think diversity comes to play. Diversity and women, the way women think holistically and think strategically in terms of how do we connect dots. So we really need to be addressing the mineral dimension of things, because I know in northern Nigeria we have a lot of mineral resources, but we're not quite connecting those things to energy sufficiency. So there's some shocking statistics. 13% engineers in the workforce are women. So it's really, really bad in the energy sector. 32% of STEM women in STEM switch out of these degree programs. So very rare to find science, technology, engineering, and mathematics resources in the sectors of the economy we're playing, which is male-dominated. And then 30% of women who earn bachelor's degrees in engineering are still working in engineering 20 years later. So there's an attrition. When we get married, when we have children, a lot of women choose not to go back into engineering. Some of them go into project management. Some of them retrain to go into logistics, procurement, and other female-friendly areas. But core engineering, going to site and spending time on site becomes very unattractive. And I must tell you, it's not easy for a woman in her third trimester to be climbing ladders offshore Niger Delta. So we must really understand that we have our cycles, we have our areas of core competence, but also in terms of field work, design office work, women in engineering have been constrained somewhat by the society and the way engineering and the energy sector works. And then saddest of all is 0.4% executives are female STEM talent. That's really, really low. And even in the recent NMPC announcements, we realized that there was practically poor representation of women. So these are the kind of things that we're looking to government. We need policy, and we need our male gender to advocate for us that if you bring more women into the space of engineering and energy, you're going to get a more holistic perspective on the problems, issues, and challenges. People, I mean, looking at the community, looking at society, and improving how energy will impact lives, and how the energy sector can be a catalyst of national development and socioeconomic transformation. So, I mean, when our male folks were running the oil and gas industry, the oil and gas industry was running as a silo. But as we saw more women come into leadership position in the oil and gas industry, the dots started becoming connected to power, energy, agriculture, and other sectors. So let's encourage our daughters, our sisters, and our wives to be successful career professionals and entrepreneurs in the energy sector. A lot of women in STEM do not return to their careers. I mentioned that they can no longer compete most efficiently in the workforce after childbirth. And World Economic Forum gives an estimate of 8 to 10% women in engineering in Africa. So gender diversity in engineering is not just a moral imperative, it's a strategic advantage because women multitask, women think holistically, they think long-term and strategically. The energy sector is rapidly evolving and inclusive participation ensures holistic innovation. Obviously, girls think differently from boys, but if you put the combination of how girls think with how boys think, we're more likely to get a better result. So we must encourage diversity at the decision-making table. The Nigerian Society of Engineers is committed to championing policies and programs that uplift women in engineering. And then some gender bias statistics we have that are more, I'm bringing it home to Nigeria. Globally, women make up to 28%, approximately 28% of the engineering workforce. In Nigeria, the number is even lower in the energy sector. Barriers include cultural perceptions, lack of role models, limited access to first job placements. When young girls graduate in engineering, getting their first job is a challenge because the HR, I don't know what's going on, there's a bit of a noise in the background. HR tend to prefer giving the men their engineering roles. So the girls end up in banking, female engineers end up in banking, finance, and different jobs, but they don't really get that their first job opportunity in an engineering design company or in an energy company. So we need to do more and encourage our HR to give our young female engineers opportunities in the engineering and energy space. There's lack of support systems, discrimination in roles, limited sponsorship. In an all-male board or an all-male environment, allowing the first woman to come in is like everybody doesn't really want it to happen. And some of them think a woman is a distraction. They think a woman cannot perform. They have so many reasons why they don't want women in engineering. Unconscious bias, impostor syndrome, and limited C-suite roles. Despite making up 39% of the global labor force, women account for only 16% of the traditional energy sector labor, and numbers are even lower in management. So, I mean, we're saying less than 5% in executive and leadership roles in energy and engineering. Male-dominated positions around the world, CEOs, CTOs, CFOs, CPOs, chief sustainability officers, and chief supply chain officers are really, women are not performing as high as they should be, and this is where we think more should be done. Significantly fewer women-own businesses in the energy sector, and only 4 of the 101 Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria businesses are women-owned. So we have 104 PETAN member companies in the Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria. There are only 4 female-owned businesses in that group. So you can imagine the challenge. But we do have some women groups that are doing a lot to empower women to be successful, such as WIMBI's Women in Energy Network, Commonwealth Business Women's Network, We Connect, Association for Professional Women Engineers of Nigeria, which is a NSC affiliate, and Women in Energy, Oil and Gas, Ladies in Oil and Gas. And this basically points to the fact that SDG 5 is very important. And rather than gender equality, I would say let's go for gender equity. Yeah. So this, sorry. Keeps going. Can we go back, please? Back, please. Back. Sorry. Back, please. Just. Can you go to the first slide again, please? Okay. Yes. All right. So these are some of the. Well, the microphone is working now. Is it working? Oh, wow. Okay, so these are some women who have over 30 years experience and are members of Nigerian Society of Engineers. So some of them are the founding members of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Engineer Charity Maduka, Engineer Mrs. Olatokunbo Shomolu, Engineer Christy Adelowo, Engineer Main Adetiba, Engineer Aramide Adeoye, and the President, Engineer Margaret Ogutala. And then we have women in energy who have run businesses for over 30 years. Folorunso Alakija, Celia Moren, Uju Ufejika, Nkechi Obi, Oluseyi Afolabi, and myself. But what we have noticed is that There are only 2 women in the lower group that are female engineers who have run businesses for 30 years. I mean, we've had a lot of women doing great things in engineering. So just like we have only about less than 10% women in engineering in leadership, we have less than 5% and less than 2% that are engineers and in energy. So let's go to the next. Okay, so I'll just say the Nigerian Content Development Monitoring Board, Nigerian Content Consultative Forum, has put in place a diversity sectoral working group to encourage female and gender representation in the energy sector. So for women in the room, please connect with the Nigerian Oil and Gas Content Development Act Board, as well as sign up on the NOGIC JQS portal. There are diversity initiatives running to improve diversity, and there are areas of collaboration with NCDMB, NOGIC JQS, NCCF. So this is an area where I would ask you to encourage your sisters and women in business or women in the oil and gas industry to key into. Basically, the oil and gas industry and the energy sector is about certification. So we need to get involved in knowledge acquisition, learning and development, and certification. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry where it has zero tolerance for error. So certification and having the right skill sets and competencies is very critical. And women need to be encouraged in that area. There are upstream, midstream, downstream opportunities, renewable energy opportunities from greenfield to brownfield, exploration phase, developmental phase, production phase, abandonment phase, from 6 months to 5-year greenfield projects to 25 to 100-year brownfield projects. There are various job opportunities in this area. But I think it's very important that women go through career counseling, industry awareness, and knowledge sharing through mentoring and coaching to be able to determine which of these opportunity areas they can play successfully in. Because for me as a woman, I have to be honest with you, I didn't want to be going out on site in my 3rd trimester of pregnancy. It didn't make any sense. So we need to prepare our women ahead of their childbearing years to have the right skills and competencies to be able to work from home and work from anywhere. And that's where the opportunity of sustainability and digital transformation comes to play. Today, we have computer systems that are working. And in the energy sector, like we said earlier, not only do we have to get the energy mix right, we also have to have the systems well integrated. So systems integration bridges the gap between core oil and gas, energy, power, because you've got to optimize resources to ensure that we deliver uninterrupted power supply. So whether it's Emerson, Fox Pro, Siemens, GE, whether you're using PLC, SCADA, DCS, whatever solutions you're using, piping, from piping to civil, structural, electrical, instrumentation, control systems, rotating equipment, depending what you're putting together to deliver energy solutions, we really need to make sure that these systems are well integrated and we're optimizing data. So if the data is coming from your Historian or your Pi platforms, you need to be able to clean those data. You do the data analytics, visualize the data, and determine the decisions you can make to optimize the resources you have to be able to provide uninterrupted power supply. So opportunities in energy and digital transformation, there's solar, these are various opportunity areas, solar photovoltaic, biomass, renewable energy, electric vehicles, wave and hydro energy, wind, energy storage, electrics for renewables. So there's a whole bunch of opportunities in this area, but they need to be integrated with conventional sources of energy, and non-conventional sources of energy need to be integrated. And this is where systems integrators need to work. So electrical engineers, instrumentation engineers, control system engineers, mechanical engineers need to put heads together. And the kind of problems we are solving in the oil and gas industry is very similar to the kind of problems that is being solved in the energy industry. And this workforce need to be integrated, and there are huge opportunities for women here because of digital transformation. So looking at strategy and innovation, customer decision journey, process automation, organization, technology, and data analytics. These are areas where women are excelling all over the world. So we need to encourage our females to play in the space where they're integrating between conventional sources of energy and non-conventional sources of energy. So this is basically to give you an idea of what, sorry, keeps, forward, fast forward, please. Right. So this basically gives you an idea of what you can get, the benefits that a woman working from home and working from anywhere provide. So this is basically dashboarding, intelligence, control systems, instrumentation, and information from historian, Aviva OSI Soft Pi, and moving from mechanization to industrialization, electronic and IT systems, mass production, and mass personalization. So optimizing data using 5G, women are playing effectively in this space. And it doesn't really require you moving to site. You can visit site now and again, but you can sit on your laptop, sit on your smartphone, and deliver data that gives an investor the information for investment. There are different skill sets required, from subsurface drilling, engineering, procurement, fabrication, construction, project management, logistics, operations, and maintenance. These are the kind of engineering disciplines where we're beginning to encourage more girls in STEM to become women in engineering. And each of these groups have their associations, societies, and institutions where you can acquire your professional certification through continuous professional development. So whether you're female or male, there are various associations where you can collaborate and work in. That's a journey map. This is basically strategies to increase engineering gender diversity in energy. We need to promote STEM education among girls through school outreaches and competitions, partner with NGOs and educators to establish national mentorship programs with Nigerian Society of Engineers, promote cross-sectoral partnerships for training and guidance, collaborate with energy companies to set diversity targets, encourage transparent hiring, retention, and promotion of policies, recognize organizations that support gender inclusion with awards and visibility, advocate for gender-friendly workplace policies. And this is where I said that the girl child and the female engineer getting her first job role is a major challenge. So as fathers, we need to encourage our daughters not to give up in engineering, and women need to be more resilient and determined to start the journey of an engineering career. And irrespective of what the male folk or the system throws at you, you must be determined to become a C-suite leader in an energy or engineering space, and in some cases, if you choose to run your own company and your own business. So irrespective of maternity leave and childcare requirements, you can actually prepare ahead of that time to have the skills and competencies that will make you work from home and work from anywhere. We need to push for legislative changes supporting women in engineering. We need to work with government to fund scholarships and internships for women. We need to strengthen collaboration between women in energy and engineering chapters nationwide. Organize conferences, workshops, and boot camps, and foster safe spaces for dialogue, learning, and leadership. And basically, in conclusion, there's a need for collaboration. So whether it's Women in Energy Network, Association for Professional Women Engineers, We Connect, Commonwealth Business Women Network, we all have the same problem. Ladies in oil and gas, we all have the same problem. So we need to come together and work together to onboard ourselves, look at ongoing issues, such as career counseling, industry awareness, and women empowerment. We need to collaborate in those areas. Continuous professional development, semi-formal learning and development, mentoring and coaching is critical. Digital upskilling of women for entrepreneurs, STEMpreneurs, techpreneurs. Energy transition and efficiency, capacity, capability, and competencies are required. Cloud technology, digital twin, and business intelligence solutions enables you work from home and work from anywhere. And becoming a systems integrator is a female role that you can deploy from any location, anywhere in the world. So we are looking at right balance, early career, family planning, and financial empowerment for our ladies. And a call to action is to government. Government has to increase funding and policy support for women. To industry, commit to diversity benchmarks and inclusion and training. We're advocating for 30% at least of women representation in male-dominated sectors. To educators, encourage girls to dream big in STEM. To men, without great fathers, husbands, brothers, and male colleagues, it won't be possible. to women, step forward, lead boldly, and support each other. So to our he for she allies, male sponsors, we know that you will make the difference. And I'd like to close with a quote from engineer Margaret Oguntala. An inclusive energy sector is a stronger energy sector, powered by the brilliance of all minds, regardless of gender. Thank you very much.
Please, can we give her another round of applause? Thank you, Ma, for that inciting presentation. Thank you so much.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me. All right. Well, I'm happy to be the first he for she ally with the opportunity to moderate this session. Thank you so much, Dr. Amon, for the presentation. So we'll be very fast, and it's basically just a conversation around women in energy. So let's just jump in right away. And my first question will be to dear Honorable Permanent Secretary. And it's a big question that I want to start with. What do you think building women capital in energy, what does it mean to you? And what would you like to see in the energy space in Nigeria?
Well, I think building capital, when we talk about women, it really means a lot. Women make up about 50% approximately of the population. We also know that in terms of poverty, women are highly impacted, especially in disaster terms. About 60% of women lose their lives. We know that women deal with energy more. If we look at cooking, the homemade kind of thing, actually women are always involved. But when we come to the sector itself, the energy sector, women make up, I think the statistics from the presenter, offhand I don't know, but probably about 30% of women or lower. In leadership, I think it's about 12%, right? In energy. Yet, we are the ones that are highly involved in the energy sector. I want to say that part of building the capacity, there's already a movement. I said to you, I spoke to you this morning and I said, amongst the panelists, I may be the one that holds the higher authority, but I'm probably the least experienced in terms of in energy, right? But I see that there's a lot going on. It's an eye-opener. Women are doing a lot. There's women in renewable energy. There's women in energy. There's women in this. There's women in that, right? So we're moving in the right direction. There's need for training. The whole space really is there's a lot that needs to be done. And in my time that I've been PAMSEC of Ministry of Energy, I really feel that, like somebody mentioned, a lot of the panelists that we've heard today, mostly men. Even when yesterday at the round table or on Thursday, all men, they struggle to just call me to come and join their picture, just so that it's not all men taking pictures. So there's a lot to do. There's a lot to do. And actually, we, the women, have to take the bull by the horn. And if they are not calling us to the table, we invite ourselves to the table. Yes, because because at the end of the day, women are the homemakers. we're the ones that are nurturing. And we tell the men what to do. So when it's time at the energy table, we really need to start saying, if you are not inviting us, we are coming to join your table.
Thank you so much, Ma. And we invite you to that table. Absolutely.
Even if you don't invite me, I'm coming to join your table.
Thank you so much, Ma. I see. I mean, the passion and the great work you've done, even in the Ministry of Energy when you come in, and it's really very heartwarming. Now, in terms of the momentum. Okay, so what momentum do we like to? Are we seeing? So I would like to call on. We call her Chief Nana, right? She's our mother and grandmother in Lagos, a member of several associations, and also president of one of the women associations in Nigeria. What momentum are we seeing in the space? Let's take about 5 or 10 years ago and now. Are we seeing some traction that we should build on?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen in the green room. That's what I'll call it. A lot of improvement has come into the space because some years back, I will tell you, as a woman in renewable energy, I was probably the lone voice. But with mentorship, with a lot of training, capacity building programs, and of course, I will call it having formed, a lot of women groups, I must tell you, particularly the Women in Renewable Energy Association. We have been able to use our 3, I would even say 40s, the time, talent, treasure, and technology with innovation, because it comes with a lot of proactive innovation to make sure that we change the narrative from being, the male-dominated area to transform into having women in the male-dominated area. And I liked what the PAMSEC said, that people have been trying to bring her into picture so that they will have gender balancing. I can tell you that for her to even be a PAMSEC in the energy ministry is a big applause for women. And I'm sure in some years to come, we will start having females as ministers, federal ministers of energy, even commissioners, of energy in the, process like that. So we are very happy that we have done a lot through mentorship. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And I totally agree with you that we should begin to see, women in these, sensitive and critical positions. And men, I think we should get ready to retire and hand over the baton to women, really, because they are holding very critical positions. I can mention a few. Of course, the permanent secretary, engineer Oguntala, right? I mean, amazingly, when she became the first president of NSC, I'm also very close to NSC. It was like, this is strange, but we are happy this is happening. And I've worked with several wonderful women, particularly in the renewable energy space. The likes of Solar Queen, Ajdam, the like of Abiba, So women are actually, the momentum, I agree with you, is running very fast, and we are happy. Many of us, some of us are also very happy.
Thank you.
There are some cultural or systemic barriers that we see. So there was a time I run a solar energy company, and we're looking for installers. And of course, 2 young ladies applied, and one of our directors said, are you willing to climb the rooftop? So there are some of these barriers that are restricting, maybe imagine the number of female students who stepped out of STEM. You saw the statistics.
Yeah.
How can we overcome these barriers? And I would like to ask Mrs. Joseph, I hope I'm correct.
Yes. Condotti, actually.
Okay.
Mrs. Condotti.
Condotti.
Joseph Condotti, but
Yes. Okay.
I know it's a bit of a mouthful, so Condotti
okay.
is fine.
Okay, Condotti is fine. So please, what are those cultural or systemic barriers that keep women out of these technical roles?
Okay, so before I answer that question, I want to just say that we don't want the men to retire. That's not the plan at all. What we really want is to work with the men. We're not saying we're better than men. We're saying we're equally as good. And we want to be given a seat at the table. That's what we're saying. So please don't retire. Stay on. There are statistics that show that there needs to be that balance. We need men just as much as we need women. Not that women alone can do it. No, we're saying men can do it, women can do it too, is the point we're trying to make. Dealing with a cultural bias is one of the most difficult things to deal with in a country like Nigeria. And I say that because a cultural bias is more mental than anything else. It's in the little things we say, it's in the little things we do, it's in our little experiences at home. And I say that if you look at statistics today, you see that even from primary schools, secondary schools, you don't have a lot of ladies in sciences. And I'm sure if I ask a question like, how many of you told your parents you want to be engineers and didn't tell you, and they probably didn't tell you that, why, I'm saying that in Yoruba, but it's for the men. Go do something for the women. Go and do nursing, go and do, law. They want you to do something more feminine. That is the bias. Those are your parents. And think about it, your parents want the best for you. So the bias is more cultural, is more psychological, is more ingrained. A lot of people don't even know that when they speak or act, they are speaking or acting a bias. So that's the first problem that we have. And I think the first thing we need to do in dealing with bias is education. Having conferences like this, speaking at events like this, are things that create that awareness and allow people know that what you said actually has a tone of bias in it. You need to look at it differently. Telling a woman, are you sure you can climb? A woman that applied for a job, that is she sure she can climb a ladder? I'm sure she knows that job has a ladder involved. That is a bias. That is a bias right there. And it's a natural way to look at things. We had a meeting when I virtually met Mrs. Koshegbe online. I virtually met her at a meeting we had recently, and I must commend Lagos State. I must say that. First of all, the Lagos State law states that the commissioner must have a female representation. So that is a step to dealing. That's one of the commissioners. One of them must be female. That is a deliberate step. We're dealing in the regulatory commission. Yes, that's what I mean. Sorry, the regulatory commission. Thank you, Engineer Kat. In dealing with the bias, in fact, when I was consulting for a couple of states, I told them that is something you need to replicate. And I know that one or two other states did the same thing. In dealing with bias, there's a need to even be conscious. We need to be deliberate as a country because, like I said, it's so ingrained in us, we don't even know we are doing it. So deliberate steps to correct it is what we need to do. What you would call a deliberate action by everyone. And another thing is we need the men. We need you, the he for she's. Because people listen when a man is talking, but when a woman is talking, it will be kilo first or tele. What would you say before? That's what they will tell you. What did we expect? What do you want to tell us before? Of course, you women know what they are doing. But dealing with that, I would also say the women need to also come out correct. I say that as a slang my children say to me. But it means come out competent, come out knowledgeable, come out deserving a seat at the table. Don't come out and say, I should get it because I'm a woman. That's not how it works in real life. And it will never work that way. Because if you're not competent, you will not get the position. You will not get the role. So what am I saying? Let's be competent. Let's be more deliberate and more conscious. Let's educate ourselves a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Another applause for our panelists. This is very interesting. Mrs. Okweke, over to you. You are one of the shining lights of the sector, no doubt. Even if you are shy about it, to say it, that we know very strongly. But what's the role of mentorship? Now, successful women here, how do we mentor younger ones to also come up the ladder, particularly the women folk?
Okay. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I remember when I started business, and people will compliment me and they'll say, how do you get this thing done? How come you're so, and they're praising me and all that. And I'm like, it's not like that. So, but now I don't do all that modesty again. When you compliment it, I take it all, so thank you for the compliments, So, well, back to your point, you're absolutely right. Let me put this in context. We entered the sector, we actually registered Smart Energies 2020 at the onset of COVID. We started our operations 2021, then actively 2022. But I can tell you with all sense of humility that what we have achieved could have only been God and hard work, and it makes me know that it's not really how well. You're at that point whereby anything is possible if you dare to dream. And I think I'm just speaking to the ladies in the room to tell you that I have no engineering background, I have no STEM background, nothing in the sciences. I'm a core business management person. I see business opportunities. I'm big on strategy, and we have been able to make a mark in the sector. To also put it in context, we're in the downstream gas sector and we're into renewables. So we're into cooking gas, essentially, which everybody can relate with. And the oil and gas sector is male dominated. So just like Wala said, if you're not coming correct, there's nothing that you're doing in the sector. But while I don't have the time to tell you how we have evolved, we have now evolved to be a social enterprise. And I say that because of the amount of grassroots penetration of cooking gas that we do. We do a lot in underserved communities who use firewood, kerosene, charcoal, and we're trying to transition them to clean cooking because most of these women, the major barrier, the very first barrier is the initial cost of the cylinder. They cannot afford it. We now have sustainability collaborators who work with us. We give it to them. We do advocacy, and it's easier for them to refill. Now, back to your issues around mentorship and the importance of that. So, as a business person, from the onset, I had believed in the importance of having good networks, good mentors and sponsors. So over the years, I've always built those kind of relationships. And again, for you women that are coming here, this is a step in the right direction, just showing up. As a matter of fact, one of my team members that is here, she met me at one of the, stand up, let them see you. She met me at one of these programs. I was speaking. And right after I finished speaking, she walked up to me and she said, Emma, I don't know if I can intern with you. I'm waiting to do my NYC, blah, blah, blah. She came up to me, she told me, and now she's one of our team members, So, so my point is just show up. Just show up. Now, when you show up, you have these people in your contacts. I'm telling you practical ways that you can get mentors. Because before somebody can mentor you, they want to see that you're serious as well. I wouldn't waste my time with someone that if I create time for you, there's no continuity. You're not showing me that my impact is even making, and my time is money, right? So I have a broadcast list that I have on my phone that anytime we do great things in the company, I broadcast it. It's not because I want you to respond. I just want you to know mentally what we're doing. So when I reach out to those kind of people, they have that inclination to respond to me because they really see that you're doing something. So when you're going out to look for mentors, let them have something to work with. You have to still do your own bit in it because being in oil and gas or any other sector, you need to put the extra in the ordinary that you're doing because excellence of those days are standards today, as you would agree with me. So you kind of have to do a whole lot more to stand out, And one thing again is the importance of creativity. Think outside the box. That will help you to stand out. And that is just being your own kind of person. And it's in the doing. The more you do, the more you would know what steps to take. So there's really no blueprint. Nobody has the blueprint really. But I keep saying it that if you are able to do a business in Nigeria and you thrive, it doesn't matter where you jackpot to, you will thrive.
Thank you so much. Round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Now let me come back to our presenter. Thank you once again for that presentation. But there's an issue around financing and then access. And there's always this ratio that is skewed towards men and women, particularly. I mean, as a former banker, we see that play out regularly. How can we close this gap? I mean, what are your suggestions? I saw a funding opportunity that I assume all the women in the house must have penned down. a $40 million line, that you can, begin to look at it. How can we begin to narrow this gap? That there's no gap between a man and a woman looking for funds to do the energy business.
Well, thank you so much. In the past 5 years, there's been so much green funding, sustainability funding, and gender-specific funding out there. And I always tell people that there's so much money out there. The only problem is compliance and meeting the requirements to access the funding. We need to have innovative business models. I was just telling some ladies that they need to go on the Stanford Business School Transformation Program. That program is a bomb. I mean, it's such a bomb. If you go on that program, your business can never be the same again. Not only will they teach you to scale your business nationally, they'll teach you to scale it regionally and globally. And the network is just incredible. I mean, so the funding now is having the right business model, the right strategy, also having the right teams. Nobody's going to fund an idea without them buying into the person, the visioneer. And they're going to need that visioneer to have a collaborative spirit and a fantastic team. And then the requirements, things like certification, your organizational structure, your business ethics, your documentation. If you don't have all those things, you really can't access the funding. I mean, we just access some funding, but I'm just saying that I always tell people that at least once a quarter, if you're running a business, apply for a grant or an award or an opportunity, because the process of going through the questions in the documentation is enough to make you think thoroughly about how better you can do whatever you're doing and why you're doing what you're doing in the first case. The knowledge you gain from going through that process repositions you to access the next opportunity even if you miss the first one. So this is something that I think we women need to do more of. We need to have the right people around us, people who stretch us, encourage us, and tell us where the opportunities are. Some people will be around you, they'll be accessing opportunities, they won't even say a word. You just find out that they're getting this, they're getting that. Stick around people who tell people, who share good information with you. Stick around people and have a network of people who are happy to encourage you and stretch you to achieve more. There's so much money out there, you just need to have the right documentation and the right business model and strategy to access it. There's no want for money.
Thank you so much, and I totally agree. Round of applause, please. My instinct with Bank of Industry, Development Bank of Nigeria, it shows that there are some funding that, I mean, somebody like me, I will have to turn my eye because it's not meant for me. It's strictly 100% meant for women. So we've had a lot of insights from our esteemed panelists, and I don't want to lose the traction of engagement with the audience, and I would like to turn it over to the audience right away. But quickly, one or two takeaways. Number one, please show, for the young ones, kindly show, right? I met one young man from University of Lagos, 400 level engineering, and I didn't even know that we live in the same estate, we attend the same church, and he just walked up to me. I mean, it's clearly that we're going to work together. So please, young ones here, you have a lot of experts and professionals here. Sure, talk to anyone and make a good case of this. Okay, so if you have comments, questions from the audience, I'd like to enable you engage, and I'm turning it over to you. Please, raise of hands. Yes, we have.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Toyin. I'm a 400 level agric engineering student of OOU, Kolabisi Onobanjo. I'm currently doing my IT in Energy Cost Air Solution. It's a company for oil and gas, and they also deal with renewables too. So I've tried to find ways to merge the course I'm doing, that's agric engineering, to the energy sector, and people tend to downgrade agric engineering students in a sense that they feel what we do does not really, it's not really important. But I still don't think that's how we should be, because in the engineering firm now, I feel like we are even the most important to be very honest. I feel like we are the most important. But now, where I see myself now, especially as a lady, I'm still looking for ways to channel the course that I'm doing to the energy sector and how it's going to help me finish well in school. So I don't know if you can give me few advice with this here.
Thank you. That's a wonderful one. I'm an agricultural scientist. I studied agriculture in University of Ife, that time now Obafemi Awolowo University. And I can tell you from Agric, I'm now in renewable energy. I would like to mentor you because, thank you, because I spoke earlier on in this room about using green devices for agricultural development with the view of boosting food security, food sovereignty, and food safety. It's a huge, initiative that if me and you can get into it, you'll never be out of job. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Kumi Adio Moses. I'm currently the Director General of the Lagos State Public Service Staff Development Center in Magodo. And it's really nice to have this opportunity to be here. We are into capacity building, and since I became DG a bit about 2 years ago, we've been interested in building collaboration with different sectors. So we've been talking to youth development, we've been talking to the various ministries, and especially, of course, this ministry organizing this. And we see ourselves as a platform where collaboration can bring some specimen to life, like where you can actually have some practical programs together. So like a summer school program or something that we can put together for the youth, especially, for example, in the Magodo community, things that young people can begin to learn in a fun way, but that will add value. Would there be any advice you will have towards that direction?
Dr. Amo.
I think everybody will want to respond because there's nobody that will hear about capacity building and will not be interested. So,
okay. Okay, thank you so much for that fantastic question.
She was almost. I'll take it.
The first thing I'd like to say is that collaboration is key, and building capacity is something that has to be deliberate. The Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board has programs and initiatives and funding. The Petroleum Technology Development Fund also has programs and funding. I used to be the chairperson of the Lagos State Technical and Vocational Educational Board like 10 years ago, and with Engineer Gaspar. And what we tried to do then was stimulate apprenticeship and internship programs and build capacity on the back of industrial needs. So the Human Capital Development Initiative side of things, the training and development side of things, the continuous professional development side of things has to be integrated in what you're doing and addressing the industries around your area, because I know the people around your area don't want to be spending too much money traveling to and fro to school and to work. So if you do a survey of the industrial requirements in your area, then we can map that to the skills gap analysis and the training needs analysis. Count me in on solving that problem. I'd love to work with you on that.
Okay, I can answer something. Okay, in addition to that, another thing you can do is set up focus groups, because you would have, I guess you have your target audience. It would be nice for you to have roundtable conversations with them to really know what they want, because sometimes you can't shave somebody's head behind their back. And in your mind, you're thinking it's one thing they want, meanwhile, it's something else. That would help you to channel the places you want to have the collaboration. Another thing, again, is in terms of data collection. You can leverage technology. So again, from this focus group, you realize that a lot of all this youth, and young adults are very creative. Part of the things we do in my company are very intentional about having team members that are young. And I tell them, if you have to take MD's opinion, it's because mine is like the most superior. But the truth is, we will all come together and talk about it. It enriches the conversation. So you are just there, as the platform to coordinate all these people. And even if it's about flyers, surveys, very simple Google forms and things like that, put in, so people can sign up and say what they would like to see in the communities. That would really make it more impactful.
Let me just quickly. No, he already mentioned that he's been working with us in the ministry, especially our ministry. We have, for example, we were at PSDC last week. We're there this week. So we're doing a lot as a ministry with PSDC. And I have actually had several conversations with the DG in terms of capacity building. There's never enough. You can never do enough when it comes to training and capacity building. And there's always ways to, always new ways to explore the issue. When we talk about MDAs, we work with PSS because one of the agencies within the ministry. So it's always interesting to hear what people on the other side want to say. And that's why I wanted to just yield the microphone. Thank you.
I was only going to add collaboration with other organizations. So on this stage, you have three ladies that are members of WIN, Women in Energy Network. Ibiola is actually one of the founders of Women in Energy Network. And we have a collegiate group, which is mainly for young adults in schools and universities. So I think in discussing with WIN, you can actually see how we can collaborate and work together to see how initiatives can synchronize. We do a lot of STEM, and STEM is very big for us. So I'm sure working with you, we can do much more in terms of our STEM initiatives.
I'm so sorry, on the back of that, don't forget Nigerian Society of Engineers and the Association for Professional Women Engineers in Nigeria, because I'm actually here representing Nigerian Society of Engineers, and they have a role to play as well. So I think what you need to do is a holistic collaboration, not limited to individuals, organizations to bring the best of whatever they're offering, and then access funding on the basis of collaboration. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I think because of our time, except there's one last urgent, very critical question to ask. Anyone? Okay, so we would like to, the time has been well spent. I'm sure you agree with me. Let's wrap it up here. Just a few things. One, I wanted to ask my own question too. Can I join WIN? Okay, so really, I belong to a couple of associations, and I have a lot of friends who are also female in the sector. Yes, yes, I'm also an advice member of YIA. In fact, in the industry, we see them as, in renewables, in solar, if you don't have wires to connect, there's no power. So it's YIA that connects that power in the sector. So we have had a very good session. One or two quick things I'll probably suggest, and my dear coordinator, that every young female student in the room here, we should create a platform for the fact that you are seated here and you have attended this event, that you should be able to leverage on our network and our connections. Just like somebody has won a mentorship platform. So if it's possible to get that data, there are mentoring organizations that we belong to, for example, the one set up by GIZ, and I think I'm the only male mentor. Am I correct? You see now, I'm almost shifting to the other side, a he for she. So that we can, through that network and association that we belong to, there's Solar Queen here, there's an energy training center, we can do a connection and then build a pipeline of women who will take over from so many of us. Are we in agreement? All right, great. So please do well to give your details to my coordinator after this event, and then we'll find a way of doing this. So thank you so much, everyone. Okay.
So I wanted to make a point that you didn't introduce the panelists. And I think it's a fundamental error. Because if you're telling people to connect with us, they need to know who we are and what we offer. Ibilola, for instance, has a phenomenal platform. She has a company called Lonadeck. She, for instance, is CEO of a fantastic, brilliant LPG company. I think it would have been important to let them know who they're even speaking with or mixing with, for them to know if they want to meet us or not.
Okay. So we should introduce ourselves.
Okay, so I took it for granted, and I thought my coordinator has done a brief introduction. On this table, you have, we'll do that for some seconds. Each person will introduce themselves. Then you have a collection of, it can't be less than 300 or 400 years of cumulative experience. All right, so let me hand over the mic to, please, brief introduction.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Chief Mrs. Anita Nana Okuribido. I'm the founder and CEO of Smiling Simon Greenbill Foundation, the initiator for Light Up Africa through the lens of African rural children. And we have been able to distribute 7,200 solar reading lamps to rural children up to Accra, Sierra Leone, Nigeria. And we are also into erecting solar-powered computer laboratories for secondary schools in Nigeria to help them with their exams, and also with like UTME, WAEC, JAMB, to make them seamless and to be at par with their, international counterparts. I will just stop at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dr. Yinka Okpeke. I'm the CEO of Smart Energies. I'm a serial entrepreneur. I'm a John Maxwell coach, trainer, and speaker. I run a company in Nigeria called Smart Energies. We're in the downstream gas sector. We're into LPG and renewables. Over the years, we have been able to donate, in partnership with our collaborators, over 70,000 cooking gas cylinders to families across the country. We also have mobile kitchens that we give to women who are roadside food vendors. We have a mobile app that we use all across the country and in the FCT. In the US, I run a company called Trade Expo Africa. We're into exporting of export-ready products from Africa to the US and vice versa. And we do exhibitions, amongst other things, in that space. I run a mentorship program, which I'm officially going to launch in March, actually, where I mentor entrepreneurs, business-minded professionals who want to scale their businesses. And I'm that strategy person. I'm that person that can teach you how to sell ice in Iceland.
Okay, so my name is Wala Joseph Kondoti. I'm actually representing the president of Women in Energy Network. Her name is Mrs. Eyono Fatai Williams. She's unavoidably absent. But in my day-to-day job, I'm the group CEO of a company called West Power and Gas Limited. We own a co-distribution company and 6 other subsidiaries. I am an entrepreneur. I am not an entrepreneur like Yinka. I must say that. So, and the point I was really trying to make is that you have a good mix of people that you can meet with to just further your journeys or, learn 1 or 2 things from. That's the point I was trying to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, my name is Abiola Koshegbe. I'm currently the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. And just to add that, in 6 days' time, I'll be penning down. I'll be 60, and I'll be so I would have completed my sojourn in the Lagos State Public Service. However, I'm very happy that we were able to hold this program. I am I actually a civil engineer, right? But I started in my journey. I came back from England and I started my journey in the state civil service as just a normal civil engineer. And like the young lady who mentioned agric engineering, when you're studying engineering, you really don't, you are just focused on the aspect of the civil engineering that you're studying, and you are not really open to opportunities. And I discovered that in Nigeria especially, a lot of engineers, civil engineers, they want to be structural engineers, they are civil engineers, and they remain in that space. But because I have been able to move across MDAs and ministries, I'm able to see that there are so many opportunities in other sectors. And actually, I now don't call myself a civil engineer. I call myself a sustainability consultant. I'm rebranding, re-engineering, and repackaging myself. So I'm actually an edge expert, and that exam I took last I think I took it this year or sometime last year. It's one of the programs that we organized when I was in physical planning for that exam is for anyone in the built environment, and it's to do with working on efficiencies in buildings, right? So when you're designing, how you design green, how you work on energy efficiency, the water harvesting, the materials that you use for your building and all that. So that's what the edge is all about. And I'll tell you a little story is that when I organized that program in the Ministry of Physical Planning, we selected 100 staff to take part in that program. And then we shortlisted 30 officers to do the exam. And I squeezed myself in. So it was supposed to be 30. So we picked 29. And I made myself the 30th person. Then the strategy we said was that, okay, you guys take these exams and then come back and tell us. We picked maybe about 10 and we said, take this exam, come back and tell us how difficult it is so that the rest of us can prepare better. Of course, the young 10 that we picked, they came back and were telling us how hard it is. So I never took the exam. That was in 2021, I think, because they came back and said, it's so hard, it's so difficult, it's this and it's that. So that scared me off, and I didn't take the exam. Then I paid for the exam myself last year. And I read and I took the exam, and then it's one of those exams that you get your result instantly, whether you pass, you fail, and the thing just came out and said you passed 80%. Wow. I said, well, so what are these kids talking about? This thing is not that difficult. There's a lot of residual knowledge that you can use, right? So I'm urging everyone, don't keep yourself in a box. Agric engineering, there's so many opportunities. I've met so many wonderful agric engineers in the course of Nigerian Society of Engineers that are doing fantastic things, right? So I'm a sustainability consultant. Thank you.
Wow. Wow. So I'm here representing engineer Mrs. Margaret Oguntala, the president of Nigerian Society of Engineers. In my day job, I'm the principal consultant at Lonada Global Services. We're an engineering technology, asset performance improvement, and information management solutions company. We were established 33 years ago, and we've provided consulting services, training, learning and development services, as well as engineering sustainability solutions in the energy, power, infrastructure, oil, gas, and renewable sector. We've exposed over 100,000 STEM talent to careers in the oil and gas industry, trained over 15,000 engineers, exposed over 10,000 Africans in Africa and in diaspora with Microsoft, LinkedIn, and GitHub to digital transformation solutions. And I'm one of the co-founders of Women in Energy Network, and I've served on several boards. Thank you.
Please, can we give these wonderful women another round of applause? Men. He for she. Men, women are taking over. Women are taking over. Be careful. Women are taking over. Just have that at the back of your mind that women are taking over. On behalf of Lagos State Government, I would like to say a very big thank you to our panelists and moderator for honoring us while we called you. And we believe that next time we'll call you, you also answer us. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Sorry, before you leave, we would like to appreciate you. I'll call on the CEO of the Lagos State Electricity Regulatory Commission, Dr. Fuhad Animashau, to please help us appreciate these women, and if or she standing on the platform.
First,
can
we do picture?
We'll do a picture.
Okay.
We'll do picture. So.
Dr. Anita.
Thank you.
Madam.
Okay.
Doc, they've left the women. They said I should come to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. Can't escape me.
Commissioner said, why are they giving their plaque? I said, am I not a panelist?
Yes, you are. Thank you very much. Engineer Mrs. Williams.
Okay, representative. Yes.
Is that Eyono? Yes. Eyono. Yes, I'm collecting on behalf.
Representative.
Yeah.
This is conduct.
I'm representing her.
Okay, thank you very much.
So for the picture now, I'm the one that need balancing. Yeah.
We will balance in between. Better be inside.
Okay.
So we need gender balancing here. I hope you understand.
Okay. Maybe, no, maybe two women.
Okay.
Yeah.
This works perfectly well.
Okay.
Very good.
Imagine. Thank you. Please, can we give them another round of applause, please? Thank you so much. It's good to have you here.
Thank you, guys.
We have to quickly run the session. This session, sorry, please, can we settle down, please? The next breakout session, is talking about human capital for sustainable energy. Our moderator for this session is Mr. Kumi Adio Moses, the Director General, Public Service Staff Development Center. We'd like to have you on the podium, sir. Mr. Kumi Adio Moses. And our resource person for today is no other person than Professor Adiola Adenikinichu. Professor of Energy Economics, University of Ibadan. Please, can we give them a round of applause, please? Yes. Sorry about that. We'll soon have our lunch after this. Okay, so also on our panelists for this session, we'll have Mrs. Ibiene Okeleke, MD Energy Training Center. Sorry, ma'am. After his presentation, we'll have all of you on the, yes, but I need to call your names. Also, we have Damilola Ashaleye, VP Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. On that same panel, we have Ms. Morunke Aziz, Executive Secretary, Lagos State Technical and Vocational Education Board. So before the panelists come up, we want the resource person to speak to us, do his presentation. So after that, we'll bring the panelists onto the podium. Thank you so much, sir.
Having okay, sorry, please. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I really want to thank the Commissioner and the Ministry for the invitation to be here today. My name is Adiola Adenikiju. I'm Professor of Energy Economics at the University of Ibadan and then the President of Nigeria Economic Society. So this afternoon, I'm excited to be here because, one, I'm a strong believer in the collaboration between the academia and government. You know, I believe that, you know, there needs to be a very strong collaboration between the academia and government. And so when the invitation came, I was glad to accept that. Number two is that energy is a multidisciplinary profession. And for a very long time, it's been dominated by engineers. But I'm happy to tell you that energy is not just engineers. You know, it's a multidisciplinary, profession. I'm an economist, and I play in the energy space. And I want to encourage others who are not, engineers that can also play there. So today, we're trying to link up two things, okay? Human capital development and sustainable energy. Now, in economics, we believe that to drive growth, you need two factors that are very critical.
One of them is energy, and the other is human capital. Both of them are very important for development. So, Lagos State, Nigeria, and Africa, we are in a world that you really need a lot of, it's a modern world that is driven by artificial intelligence, machine learning models, quantum data analytics that are applied to energy now. And therefore, you need to prepare people in a way that they will be able to operate, and play in that space. Please, can you just move on? If you can help me, just I have an issue with it. Okay? Now, energy access, which is one of the critical areas that we need in order to get out of energy poverty. Energy poverty is very, very prevalent in Africa and in Nigeria, and Lagos is not unique. So, in order to get out of energy poverty, we need to find a way of providing energy access, okay, to our people, okay? And the reason for that is that Lagos State in particular, which we are looking at today, is faced with a number of significant energy challenges. It has electricity deficit, and we're going to look at the data later on. There's a high energy cost because a lot of people are using, they're generating their own power, and that is very expensive. Rely on fossil fuels, again, that has both environmental and social costs and economic costs, and also infrastructure vulnerabilities. Now, these challenges and risk undermine growth. Every economy wants to grow. Lagos, they want to grow our economy, Nigeria wants to grow our economy. And therefore, we must find a way of how do we overcome all of these challenges, that are confronting growth, including, availability of energy. Please go ahead. Whereas the economy, we talk about data. Now, this data is basically telling us about the future demand for energy in Lagos State, sustainable, demand for sustainable energy in Lagos State. And that means that energy, Lagos State is doing what is right. Lagos State is leading the pack, by providing this kind of training, this kind of summit, in order to be prepared for that future, to meet the energy demand. So if you look at the data, you can see that the projection is that population is going to increase. Average growth rate is about 3.65%. And then the expectation by 2030, we're going to be looking at about 21 million people. I mean, this data from OECD. Lagos State data shows that, the population is already 20 million. But this is talking about 20 million in 2030. Nominal GDP is expected to go to 89.89 trillion, by 2027, okay? Budget is very, the budget side Lagos has the biggest in the whole of Nigeria. But in spite of that, this table here is showing that, if you look at tax to GDP ratio, Lagos is just 2.8% compared to average for Africa, which is 16%. Which simply means that there's going to be a lot of, financing challenges for Lagos State to be on its own to meet the energy demand for the state. Please go ahead. Now, Lagos State itself has shown that it understands that there are challenges in the energy space. Okay, this is the risk and vulnerabilities to Lagos economy, prepared by Lagos Economic Development Update, LEDO. And it shows that skill gap, okay, which is going to be what we are talking about, our energy deficit are some of the critical risks and vulnerabilities to the future of Lagos State. So Lagos State is aware of this, and which is interesting. Please go ahead. And the next one shows the budget. Again, this is just to show that, again, Lagos State is also making some preparations in this direction. If you look at the focus of the budget, of 2025 appropriation bill, you see that economic diversification, environmental sustainability are already areas that Lagos State is looking at. Please go ahead. Again, talking about the need for sustainable energy in Lagos State, look at electricity demand, okay? It's estimated about 9,000 megawatts. That's what Lagos will need. And look at what is available, okay? 1,000 megawatts, okay? So you have significant deficit, okay, that Lagos State has to overcome if you're going to drive up economic development. Please move on. Okay? The data also shows that a lot of the, off-grid generation in Lagos is significant. 50 gigawatts of electricity generated in Lagos, off grid, compared to, what people get from national grid, which is just, very, very low. And, what people are spending on the off-grid generation is also very significant. So if there's a way you can put this money together, and Lagos they can channel it into, providing sustainable energy, which they can do at a cheaper price, I think that would be a lot beneficial for the state. Please go ahead. Okay, again, data shows that there's low grid access in Lagos State. 69, almost 70% of households in Lagos are, are connected to, you rely on alternative energy sources. Only 31 depends on the national grid. Please go ahead. Okay. So all of these things are telling us that there's a potential, there's a lot of demand out there that Lagos has to, really take care of in order to meet its economic requirements. So some of the issues that he has to address is rising demand, okay, for energy, like we have said. 2, the awareness that the national grid is not going to be able to make that need. 3, that there are significant environmental and social impacts of the existing, energy use in Lagos State. The demand of upgrade, which is basically generator, mainly generator, has a lot of significant environmental and public health impacts. And all of that creates, economic disruptions, okay, on Lagos State, and especially on the small and the medium-scale enterprises, which Lagos needs to develop, okay? If you are going to develop significantly and ramp up development of Lagos State economy, we need the small and medium enterprises that account for 90% of the output in Lagos State. And reliance on the existing off-grid, powered mainly by generators, we don't do it. So we need to do for alternatives, sustainable energy. Please go ahead. Okay, now this shows the resource potentials, just comparing Nigeria and Lagos State. Okay, now this country is blessed with a lot of renewable energy, sustainable energy as it were, solar, hydro, wind, biomass, and geothermal. Okay, but if you look at Lagos State, there are just 2 of these resources that are abundantly available. Okay, and that basically will enable Lagos to plan. One is solar. Solar is abundantly available in Lagos. And that is one of the solutions people have been talking about here today is solar. And I was just telling Dr. Adaju, why is that everybody is talking solar? When you look at the solutions to energy problem in Lagos, is solar. Why are we not looking at a balanced energy mix, looking at alternatives to ensure that we have something that is... but we also have biomass, okay, which is very significant in Lagos State. Hydro is not negligible. Wind is negligible. Geothermal is, it's not, it's not been explored. So the major 2 energy that Lagos State can actually, tap are solar and biomass. Please, can you go ahead? Okay, why are we talking about sustainable energy? Again, there are a number of reasons for that. We've said number 1 is the demand. Lagos State, the population that you have, you need energy. Energy is something that Lagos needs and needs now. And not just any energy, it needs sustainable energy. Please go ahead. Because of our time, let me just repeat. Please go ahead. Again, it will also allow, by focus on sustainable energy, it will allow Lagos State to actually also be able to make use of some of the sustainable endowment that it has. It will help to promote economic growth. The environmental impact are also significant. Here, I'm being very careful by using sustainable energy. Sustainable energy, I'm not talking about fossil fuel. I'm talking about, low carbon energy. So, to promote energy access, again, it's been shown clearly that if we are going to solve the energy problem of the state, grid will not do it, okay? Because it's expensive, and for some odd reasons, to get to some of the communities will be very expensive. So the off-grid solution is very important. And also, it will also help Lagos to address the issue of resilience to climate change. Please go ahead. Now, in all of this argument, it's very important that in resolving the sustainable energy problem, human capital is very important. So we need to find a way of linking the 2 together. Again, so what is human capital? In economics, we make a distinction between population of people and human capital. People are the number of people that you can count, the resource that you have, the population. But the skill that you put in those people, okay, the know-how of those people constitute the human capital. So human beings as a resource is different from human being as a capital. So what we need to do is how do you transform human being as a resource to human being as a capital. So, and that involves a lot of what we're going to talk about today. We need to give them the skills that they need. We need to give them the training that they need. We need to give them the knowledge that they need that will enable them to be able to become capital instead of just human beings. So human capital equips individuals with the skills, the innovation, and local capacity and drives that will enable them to be able to make use of renewable energy or sustainable energy. Okay? So it gives them that ability, that skills, okay? It creates that awareness, okay, to know the difference between, fossil fuel, okay, and non-fossil fuel, renewable and non-renewable energy. It gives them that skill to be able to discriminate that one is harmful to the enemy, this other energy is good for the environment, okay, and also other advantages that we see as we go on. Please go ahead. So this data, this chart simply shows the linkage between human capital and sustainable energy. There are two ways through which human capital can impart on sustainable energy or renewable energy. They can be alternatively used together. We can call it renewable energy, we can call it sustainable energy. They're almost the same thing, okay? Now, human capital can impart on the demand side or on the supply side. On the demand side, human capital, when you train people, when people are educated on the hard skill, okay, they're able to make a distinction between the types of energy that they think is good for them and good for the environment. Okay, so that awareness can make them to change their behavior. So in UK, for instance, people can pay more for green energy, okay, than the energy from fossil fuel, because they know that the other one is better than the other. So that knowledge makes you to change your behavior, to be willing to be receptive to use green energy compared to non-renewable energy or fossil fuel. Then it also, that human capital also gives you, when you are educated, you earn more money, you have more income, and then you're able to purchase, either the energy that is beneficial to the economy or to the environment, or to use, energy efficient appliances that has less impact on the environment. Then on the supply side, when people have skills, then they're able to, innovate and come up with new, ideas or, improve technology that, that's energy efficient. And then also government people can be able to make more efficient policies and regulations that will be beneficial to the economy, because again, they know the difference between what type of energy and the other. Please go ahead. So, please go ahead. Let's just quickly move on. So, what is the role of human capital and sustainable energy? Okay, there are three key areas through which human capital can impart, on sustainable energy. One is through, or where you can infuse human capital in a way that will improve sustainable energy. One is through skill acquisition. Okay, through technical skills. Okay, like, people work in solar PV, energy audit, and rest of them. Vocational training, policy and financial knowledge. The other one is through innovation. Human capital can also infuse improve development through innovation, okay? University people coming up with, new methods that can be used. Many of the advances we see in renewable energy today, they come from the universities or research institutions that is able to come up with better batteries, better solar panels, and every day you find out that there are advances in this area. Now, this is one of the areas that our universities and education institutions should be active. Okay? Now, I tell people, in the current generation, the current age of crude oil or fossil fuel, Nigeria is just a supplier of raw materials. We are like what I call hewers of wood. What we do for 57 years now, 1958, we simply sell crude oil. That's all we sell. Okay? And development does not come from production of energy. It comes from consumption of energy. So it doesn't matter how much oil you produce, you won't develop. It is the amount of oil that you use or energy that you use in your economy that will make you to develop. So it is more of consumption, not production. Okay? Now, if we don't take time in this new technology, new energy that we are going to, we also still remain, suppliers or hewers of wood. If we don't invest in people to be able to be players, to be able to also develop technologies. In one of the sessions we had this morning, they were talking about importing smart, meters. That you need to let them know so that they can import smart meters 2 years ahead. Why is it that we cannot invest in our universities, in our research institutions, to ensure that we also start building meters in Nigeria? That we also start building inverters, developing our own inverters. We also start doing our own solar panels, many of these other equipments. Why can't we do it? Why must we also develop to depend on just importation? Which is what we did. We just simply were hewers. Now we are looking for lithium. We have lithium. Just get raw materials, and then we take it to China. And then those other people start developing, and then we import from them again. So innovation is very important. Education is very important. It's very critical there. Adaptability. Again, to be able to let your people know that there's a need to be able to move from the current patterns of sustainable energy usage to a more sustainable energy usage. Please go ahead. And I think you can just go ahead, please. So there's a need to be partnership in all of this. There's a, and I think I mentioned that. Please just go ahead so that I can, because of time. Okay, so what do we need to do? Ladies and gentlemen, what do we need to do? Okay, like I said, there are 3 areas of intervention. One is skill acquisition. Okay, develop skills in people. And these ones, again, this can be for everybody. It doesn't have to be those who go to school. Okay, give them the skills that will enable them to, get that human capacity, human capital that can play, in the energy space. The other one is innovation, like we said, which is a more advanced level. You do that at the university. And then the third one is the adaptability. Now, what do we need to do to be able to achieve all of this? One is improve funding. And Lagos is already doing a whole lot. They have centers, they have ministries that are already focused on some of the skill acquisition, technical training and the rest of it. We need to scale them up, okay? So there must be a way of funding, improve funding, and scaling up of existing initiatives of government. Whatever government is doing, commendable, but there's still a lot that they can do, in order to ensure that they meet the needs, because the needs are huge, for Lagos State. They must develop an energy human capital plan. You must be able to have, any government should be able to have a long-term plan. The next 10 years, how many engineers are you going to need? How many, technicians are you going to need? How many, efficient experts are you going to need? How many environmental consultants are you going to? So there must be some plan. So you know what is going to come from the various pipes. The ones that will come through skill acquisition, the ones that will come through the university system, and so on and so forth. So there must be a human capital plan that the ministry must develop, okay, to be able to know the energy experts and energy, that we need. Then government must work with the private sector. So you must get the private sector, and a lot of private sector are doing a whole lot of wonderful things. There must be a way that we also incentivize them and get them to the private sector briefly. Then what we motorize institutions, UNDP, UNIDO, GIZ, a lot of them already provided some support. Lagos State can take advantage of that. Now, mandate local workforce in energy contracts. In other words, whatever energy contract you are signing, ensure that there's some training some training program that is, incorporated into that. Then establish a Lagos Energy and Skills Observatory, something that is that is watching and seeing, and responding to the changing needs. And then last but not the least is to partner with established universities. Again, I think that's very important. There's a need to partner with, universities and polytechnics to fund research. This country, one thing we don't do is we don't do research. We don't fund research. Okay? We believe just on importing technology and things like that. We need to fund research. We need to challenge our institutions, our intellectuals, to come up with new ideas to solve our problem. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the adoption of renewable energy solutions offer Lagos a sustainable path to address energy challenges. Okay? And investment in solar, wind, and biomass energy will not only reduce emissions, but also create green jobs. There are a lot of opportunities that are in this space of sustainable energy, a lot of opportunities that are in the place, okay? We simply have to provide a way of ensuring that we have the right human capital development programs and plans that will ensure that we're able to take advantage of those opportunities for our state. So I think I will stop there. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, can we give him another round of applause? So I would like to invite the panelists back on the podium with our moderator, Mr. Kumi Adiyun Moses, the Director General, Lagos State Public Service Staff Development Center. So also Professor Adeola Adenikiniju. Then Mrs. Ibine Okeleke, MD, Energy Training Center. Please, can we have you on the podium, please? Then we have Damilola Ashaleye, VP, Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria. Ms. Moronke Aziz, Executive Secretary, Lagos State Technical and Vocational Education Board. Then we have Mr. Ike Alenke, Chief Human Resource Officer of EcoDisco. Please, let's have you on the podium as well. Thank you, sir. Thank you for coming.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon again, everybody. The day has been fast spent, but this is a very interesting session, and I'm sure you agree with me that after that outstanding presentation by Professor Adenikiju, who actually happened to be my own lecturer in the University of Ibadan, Department of Economics. Yes. 1991 to, that was a long time ago. It's great to see him looking as young as he was then. So let's get straight to it. Time is fast spent. Let us get each of our panelists to introduce themselves and tell us a bit about themselves. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ike Alenke. I'm the Chief Human Resource Officer of EcoDisco. I've been in EcoDisco since 2017, so I'm counting now. In spite of all the turbulence of the sector, I'm still counting today as the CHR of EcoDisco. I have responsibility for implementing all aspects of human capital management in EcoDisco. In addition to that, I've also had the opportunity to work in other top-notch sectors of the economy. I've worked in banking. I was in Fidelity Bank for 15 years. I've also worked in oil and gas. I was in a company called Energia Limited, an oil exploration company, and I'll say that about myself for now, and I will leave it there. But if you want to know more about me, of course, I'll be available to mentor some of you here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Moronke Aziz. I'm the Executive Secretary for the Lagos State Technical and Vocational Education Board. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Damilola Ashaleye, and I'm the Vice President of the Renewable Energy Association of Nigeria, and I'm also a co-founder and the Chief Operating Officer of Ashtam Solar Company Limited, and I'm also the Executive Director of Girls and Women Technological Empowerment Organization. So I'll just leave it at that also.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Ibiade Okeleke. I'm the Managing Director for Energy Training Center, a capacity building, workforce and human development organization. And we do it for the entire energy sector: oil, gas, power, renewable, and gas itself. And also other related companies like technology and manufacturing. So in my previous life, before I started this role in 2018, I had been the head of the Chief Human Resources Officer for Ikeja Electric. So I'd spent a lot of time in the power sector. Prior to that, I'd worked in Sahara Group. And before then, I'd worked in financial services sector and technology sector. So I've had almost 35 years of human capital development. Very passionate about skills development, and even with women, getting more women to be in leadership and in STEM. Thank you.
Well, I'm Adeola Adenikiju. I'm a professor of economics, energy economics to be specific, at the University of Ibadan. I'm also the current president of the Nigerian Economic Society. I've served as a special assistant to the presidential advisor on energy. After that, I led a team that founded a center at the University of Ibadan, Center for Petroleum, Energy Economics and Law. That was the first center of its kind. And what we were doing at that center was to bring together all practitioners in the energy space, economists, lawyers, engineers, because I believe that energy issues should be solved in a holistic way. Engineers alone cannot solve them. Economists alone cannot solve them. Lawyers alone cannot solve them. Because for every energy issues, you have engineering, technological issues on them. You have legal and regulatory issues. You have economic and finance issues. So that program is a graduate program. It's still at UI that allows you, if you have a first degree in law, in social sciences, in sciences, physics, mathematics, whatever, to come and get a master's or PhD, and then you have the benefits of having the cutting across the knowledge of energy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Briefly, I also, the name is Kumi Adio Moses, Director General, Lagos State Public Service Staff Development Center. So we are in charge of training public servants, building their capacity, most especially for grade levels 1 to 12, so that by the time they get to management level, they are able not just to add value to the system, but also to be mentors and leaders to those coming behind them. And since I got there about 2 years ago, we've tried to increase the collaboration that we do with professionals across various sectors. We've set up a gender development directorate to also work specifically on the boy child and girl child and their different varying needs as they go along their career paths. We have also set up a digital studio to be able to work with people in this information age on creating awareness on social media platforms and so on and so forth. So let me stop there. Thank you very much. So, and let's go straight to the first question. We are going to start with none other than Ike Alenke himself. And the question is just, what role does human capital play in advancing sustainable energy initiatives?
Okay, let me first of all say that our lead facilitator, the learned professor, he was spot on when he talked about the value proposition of human capital. And I think he made the point that human capital encompasses knowledge, skills, good education, and good health. But I'd like to look at it more holistically. I want to encapsulate some of the things he said with what I call CCC. The first one stands for competence, and that's where you have the knowledge, you have the skill, you have the education. But human capital does not end there. I mean, it also has to harness this, okay? And that's where the second C happens, and that's commitment. I have seen a lot of people that torpedoed in their career. They were competent, they were skilled, they were talented, but because they were not committed, they got stagnated in their career. So attitude also is important in terms of human capital development. Then you now talk about the next C, which is contribution. It is only when you're competent and when you are now committed, you can now begin to make business impacting contributions to the organization. And I say this because, like an American said, a management expert, he made this comment. He said, all business operations, in the end, all business operations can be reduced to only 3 words: people, profits, people, profits. And I think he mentioned the next one, which is people, profit. And he said, if people are not there, then all the others are useless. Okay? So what am I saying? It is actually people that make things happen within the workforce. And let me say it that today human capital has gone beyond the aspect of taking care of staff welfare, taking care of compensation. Today, human capital management is about being a strategic partner in the organization, being a business partner in the organization. It's about managing change. I don't want to even talk about the number of change, that we have facilitated in the human capital function. Again, that is part of why this game-changing energy summit is very important. So what does human capital do? I want to quickly say that I would encapsulate it again with the word care. Human capital has a responsibility to take care of the workforce. But the care is not just about staff welfare like we normally think. The first C, again, our facilitator has talked about it, capacity building. It was Jack Welch that made this comment. He said, an organization's ability to learn and translate that into action is the ultimate competitive advantage. And so I'm saying this because until we understand that we must invest in capacity building, and I think he also said it, if we invest in people, if we invest in our talents, it impacts on all the other expenditure. The days when you look at capacity building as just a cost to the organization has passed. Human capital development, capacity building is an investment. And if you invest, in your people, it also impacts on all the other investments, that you might want to, put in place in the organization. And so when we're talking about capacity building, again, we want to look at it holistically. It's not just about the training interventions that we organize now and then, both within public classes, and other learning interventions. We are talking about mentoring. We are talking about coaching. We are talking about job shadowing. We are talking about on-the-job learning. We are talking about even optimizing technology in terms of, e-learning learning management systems, all of that. Time will not permit me to go into too much details about that. But when you're talking about human capital, we are talking about self-development. Okay, those are all important aspects of capacity development that will help to build sustainable energy, not just within the workforce, but in Lagos, as it were. Now, the other one that I would like to quickly mention, which is a part of human capital, is to the other A, alignment. Align people, because HR has a duty to ensure that we have the right people in the right jobs and making business impacting, ensuring that they deliver business impacting value in the organization that aligns to the strategy of the business. Of course, in my own sector, for instance, some business important KPIs that we pay a lot of attention to and work towards making people align towards them. Yes, we have our vision, mission statement, we have our espoused core values, but we must also align performance of people towards the business strategies of the company. I'm talking about ATC and C loss reduction, cost optimization, customer service. Everybody must have their performance aligned. And of course, it's not just even about your functional KPIs we're talking about now. We are also talking about behavioral KPIs, okay, in terms of the kind of attitude, the kind of behavior you exude towards performing. Because at the end of the day, it is about building more island of excellence in the company, not just silos of excellence. That basically is what HR seeks to achieve. Wow. Then the other one is retention. HR is concerned about retention. Some 4 years ago, we organized a graduate training scheme in my company, where we hired, top talents from the universities, and all that. I can tell you that today, we only have about 60% of them still with us. What happened? A good number of them are jackpot, as it were. So when we are talking about retention, HR has a duty to also ensure that you keep your talents. Yes, people would always jackpot, but you cannot stop capacity building because of that. You must continue to train. And as I speak, we have another one, because that is also about succession planning. We must have these initiatives in place to ensure that we scale up our succession planning so that we can prepare our people for business continuity. We can prepare some of our exiting key players in the organization, people that can replace them. And that means we must also organize capacity building intervention for them to prepare them to take over from key players in the organization. Then, of course, engagement must continue to happen. That's part of what HR facilitates. Engagement of the workforce, engagement of labor unions, engagement of stakeholders. Let me leave it there for now.
Thank you very much. Yeah. CARE, very, very important. Thank you. Ms. Roke Aziz, let us quickly go to you because of time. So, we've spoken about all of these very important areas of, you mentioned the value proposition, you mentioned competence, commitment, and contribution. Now, what are the barriers to developing a skilled workforce in the sustainable energy sector?
Good afternoon once more. Recently, I read an article where the new UK government said they pledged that they will build 1.5 million homes in 5 years. And, they thought very laudable. Very quickly, the highest body of the Association of Construction Industry did their maths, did their statistics, and said to the government, it's very laudable. However, these are the current skills that we have. And over the next 5 years, if you want to achieve, you need this number of carpenters, this number of tilers, this number of painters, this number of, and you don't have them. And that got me thinking as well in terms of what we are, in terms of the workforce, that one of the barriers that we could come across is really about, as trainers, how many, when you look at the value chain of the whole energy sector, how many are we in the next 5 years? Because I know there's an urgency around training, around having the right skills and so on, whether it's from the value chain of innovation, from the designing, from procurement, the marketing, the installers, the maintenance, all those skills that you have there. How many and what are the current gaps, and where should we be focusing on are some of the things that we need to start thinking about and plan for. So we in the provider sector, we will be able to know which niche and how many is it that we are going for. The second thing for me is that I'm a social development expert, and I train about 10,000 youth between the ages of 16 to 19 every year in technical education. And I also train about 3,000 unemployed youth between the ages of 18 and 35. So to me, as a social development expert, I've listened today. We've talked a lot about the finance in terms of energy. We've talked about the infrastructure. We've talked about the business aspect of it. But what we haven't talked about is the passion. Why are we into the energy? Yes, money, energy, The main reason I feel that started the whole of this movement is because we were, very concerned about the direction that we were going in terms of the negative impact we are creating for our economy. The negative in terms of not having the clean energy, the fossil fuel, and all those kind of negative things. And I think that we need to go back a bit and start talking and advocating for, in terms of the youth, get them to understand that this is also urgent in terms of talking about the reason why we are also going into clean energy, alternative energy, and so on, so that they can imbibe that and also imbibe the training aspect of it and know the reason why we're also doing this, apart from just the financial aspect of it.
Okay.
Then, you want, I'll just, okay. Then there's one of the barriers that we have to look at, and that's we mustn't make the mistake that the construction industry made, which is to allow every institution that wants to set up. So you have various standards, whether it's poor, whether it's high, whether it's low, around the tiling, the bricklaying, and so on. We must start very quickly to set standards. We must start very quickly to set the certification and all the other things that we require, that we're moving in the right quality training program for all those areas that we're talking about when it comes to developing a skilled workforce. Then, of course, when we're going to support SMEs, there's a need for, I think, for us to have funding requirements. We know we've talked about the funding that are available for gender, for females, but we must also look at it in terms of the younger ones that are who want to take up opportunities in the energy sector. How is it that we can ensure that they too are able to have access to those grants, to those loans, and so on? I'll leave it at that. Thank you
very much. Thank you very much. Very quickly, we move on to Damilola. And Damilola, we want you to help us look into what policies can government implement to strengthen human capital for sustainable energy.
Okay, thank you so much. Before we talk about the policies, I think it's important for us to also have an idea of where the human capacity is in terms of energy. So globally, it's about 12 million jobs globally in the energy sector, and it is estimated that by 2030, maybe 85 million jobs But even at that, there is about 70% of companies still struggle to get skilled workers. Even though there's this growth, there's this 12 million job, and then there's an estimate of 85 million, and then there's also an estimate of 45% growth of in energy sector in sub-Saharan Africa. But yes, 70% of a lot of companies still struggle to get skilled jobs, and that is where policies can actually come in to support and ensure that there is the framework that these skilled workers that we really need, we are able to get them through policies, through government policies. And examples of policies that could be, that the government can have or that we can have is incentivizing organizations that really take workforce serious. Incentivizing, or probably even having like a matching grant from government, and having a policy towards that. Another thing that, another policy that is very important is that when there are energy contracts, when there are energy projects, it is important that part of these projects, part of these contracts, part of these agreements actually have a particular percentage that says that there must be workforce development. This is very, very essential, because this is what we make that growth that we really require for human capacity. So there should be quotas in agreements, and there should be policies to that, that when there are energy contracts, there must be part of these, there must be human capacity, especially locally sourced human capacity. It is very, very important. Another policy that I think is very important, which Professor actually spoke about it also, is about research and development. It is very, very important that there should be research and development policies. There should be quotas assigned to our educators. It is very, very important for us to grow the sector, and it's very, very important for us to have localized knowledge. It is very, very important for us to develop skills. And I'll tell you, we have these skills in Nigeria. A lot of organizations, a lot of youths go out there to have their impact in other countries, because just because the resources that is required is not locally available. So there should be local energy centers, support for local energy centers, and there should be policies towards that, so that our local energy centers are well equipped enough. Okay, so maybe that's my cue to round it off. The last but not the least, I have so many on my list, but let me just say this, that there should be support also for certifications. Institute like ours, my organization, Ashton Solar, we do current certification. In my organization, I know ETC also offer current certifications. And these certifications are very, very important. When there are projects, there should be policies that say that these people should be certified. And then there should be policy that also now support organizations that offers these certifications. Because certifications is very, very important, and it makes us to be able to compete globally, nationally, and also build that expertise that we really need locally. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much for that very well articulated point. And let's go to Ibeni. So let's look at the contribution of human capital. How does human capital contribute to technological innovation in the renewable energy sector?
Okay, thank you very much. I think we should first commend the professor because his paper sort of highlighted a lot of
Yes.
things. So when we talk about technological contribution, one is research and development. And he talked about academia and industry and the state. But I wanted to add one because a lot of times when they say academia, they forget training academies, training institutes, not just the universities or polytechnics. So when you do a lot of those things, it always encourages a lot of research and development. Then of course there are a lot of tech hubs, hackathons, programs like that. They help to get people, and even while we were preparing for this panel, I had some conversations with peers. When we talked about a lot of this collaboration with your institute and also with the states. So when a lot of these people are given a lot of work, because we talked about not just after the training, we should be encouraged to develop things that would improve that sector. Then entrepreneurship too also would help with technological innovation. When you have a lot of people doing business and running their own business and they come up with new ideas, they share it also within these places. You also have a lot of technical skills, upskilling, reskilling. A lot of these things help people come up with new ideas and even to all promote and progress the same sector, because when you know new and creative ways of doing things, it also takes the sector and it builds capacity and improves capacity. Then collaboration and knowledge sharing. So a lot of these things, if they are put together, they would, with technology and with innovation and renovation, it actually takes the entire sector. It actually adds to good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. At this juncture, we will be rounding up very soon. So let me use the opportunity to throw it open to the audience for questions so that we don't leave the audience behind. Are there questions from the audience? Yes, that's gentleman. Please, your name, what you do, and who the question is directed to.
So, my name is Oreolua Oluwatosin. I'm an electronics engineering student of the University of Lagos. I'm my fourth year. So my question is for the professor. I wanted to just ask that how can students be actively engaged in research and development in the field, especially those who have passion for research and development, because most of our internships, like during our IT now, we are told, okay, to find companies and stuff like that. What of students who actively want to do research for their internships? Are there things like that for me as a person too?
Okay, thank you. There are a number of opportunities that are available out there. One is that I find very, very interesting, and I tell a lot of young guys is volunteering. Okay, in this part of the world, we always want money for everything that we do. Young people want money, and but I advise young people that look. You can walk up to a professor, you walk up to anybody who's working an area that you are interested in and say, look, I just want to volunteer, I want to work with you, I want to just gain the experience. That is one way by which you get your foot in the door, okay? And through that, the person is able to see you closely, and if there are opportunities that they open up in the future, you become the first person to be considered, okay? So if you are interested in a particular area and you have somebody who's working in that area, walk to that person and say, look, I want to volunteer, to work with you, okay? It may not be payment. In fact, there are times that you are the one even pay for your transportation and do everything. But the experience that you are gaining and the collaboration that you are gaining are giving you some knowledge that nobody's going to take away from you, and that will also be very relevant in the future. That is one way that I would suggest that you can. Another thing you can do is get a lot of, this thing out there, certifications, a lot of programs out there that, a lot of mentorship programs that you can also join that can also build up your capacity in the areas of research and development. And the last thing I will mention, it's coming together as a group. I remember when I was the director of my center, I was able to get a little grant from Statoil. And the idea at that time was that, look, I got people, young people in the undergraduates, to come together, maybe 5 in a group, to look at a particular energy problem and then try to find a solution to that problem, okay? And the whole idea was that maybe we're able to come up with something that's innovative, that you can then move from that level of ideas into something that you can then sell and, and get people to support. So there are many options that you can follow, and that will make you to succeed.
Thank you very much.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Abubakar Adam, and my question is it's more like a clarification sorry, forgive me if I didn't get the name well. It's Damilola, I think. Yeah. So you made mention that 70% of companies are still struggling to get skilled workers. So I just want to get clarification. Is this still globally you're talking about? We're talking in Nigeria here. Thank you.
So that's a global data that was gotten from IRENA. So 70% of renewable energy companies are still struggling to get skilled workers.
Thank you very much. So you have a question as well. All right, we'll make that the last one. The day is fast spent.
Hello, everyone. My name is Precious. I work at Energy Training Center. My question is directed to Mr. Ike. So you made mention of a training that you had for some of your employees previously, and about only 60% of that workforce remains. So you work at Eco Distribution Company, which is a larger company. How do you then advise smaller organizations that cannot accommodate that number, say a 10-man team or a 15-man organization? How would you advise in human capital development to that effect? Thank you.
Somebody said the only thing worse than training people and they leave is not training them and they stay. Which one do you want? Okay, so let's face it, it will happen, but you have to be consistent in your capacity building interventions. That's just what. And I think also that some of the supportive government agencies that we have, they should wake up also, NAPTIN, for instance, perhaps they should start thinking of how, they can support also in terms of more focus on renewable energy solutions for the sector. I think that will go a long way. Agencies like ITF, for instance, ITF should not be just for collection. They should also support vocational training. That way we will be able to build more centers of excellence in the state. Okay, I will just say failures learn from nobody. Mediocres learn only from themselves. Successful people learn from others. Let's keep learning and raising the bar.
Mine is a plea. Just like I have said, there are so many young people who are seeking opportunities. And every time we have to make sure that we're well ahead when it comes to vocational training. And one of the areas that we've started in is energy. We've got lots of partners, and one of the partners recently has supported us in developing a whole infrastructure to start our Center for Excellence in Energy. And so we would require more partners who, whether it's through training of our instructors, through equipment to help us to support in developing that training Center of Excellence, we would really like to talk to you, and I'll be here as well. Thank you very much.
So I would like to say that the energy sector is very, very large. There are a lot of opportunities in the energy sector, and I see that we have a lot of young persons here, a lot of young students. I think some of them are still here. And I would like you to know that no matter where you want to be at all, the energy space is the right space for you. In the energy sector, there are energy lawyers, there are data analysts. Internet of Things is even just started. It's not only about installing. The energy space has so many things so many areas that you can play in. And you should be here. If you are not here yet, you should be in the energy sector.
Thank you very much. Coincidentally, my point is even building on what she said, as if there was a flow. So for me, I would like to say that, especially because I had been in the energy industry for, I would say, almost 20 years, because I was in other sectors. Prior to now, it was always seen as a technical industry. Engineers, where you had 80-70% technical roles, then they called the other roles support or soft skills. But today, in sustainable energy, the entry barrier is low. You don't need to be an engineer or a technical person to play in this sector. And my advice is get knowledge. It's everywhere. Let me talk about renewable energy and green jobs. There are too many funders. It's everywhere. When I hear questions here from especially people in school saying, and where? It's everywhere. Just even do a simple search. There are so many free courses. And it's not just for the young people. You know, people are talking about green jobs, energy transition. You may be in the power sector, you may be in the engineering space. It is easy to convert to green jobs today. It is so easy. It's not just technical skills. She talked about lawyers. There's AI, there's sustainability, there's ESG. There are so many things. So please, the energy is transiting, it's changing. This is the time to get that knowledge for the energy sector, and it's accessible and it's not expensive. Thank you.
Two quick things that I just want to say. One is that no country can rise beyond the level of our university. There's no country in the world that can rise beyond the level of our university. You need to develop the university for a country to develop. That's what China has done. China in 1960, the per capita income was lower than that of Nigeria. Today, China the per capita income is 40 times that of Nigeria. And the universities in China now are more the leading universities in the world. So it's very important that we invest in university. And two, there must be collaborations. The ministry and the university system must work together. That's also very important. You know, in order to ensure that you are not just following, but you are the frontiers of whatever policies you are making. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all our distinguished panelists and to our very, very outstanding speaker, my own prof. Thank you very, very much. And let me end by mentioning a quote from Mr. Governor himself, the Governor of Lagos State. He said, Lagos will be Africa's model for energy market transformation. And a quote by the Honorable Commissioner himself. He said, Clean Lagos electricity market aims to eliminate the culture of blackouts across Lagos State. This is about implementing the electricity bill and about making a difference. And so, let this be just the beginning of bigger and better things to come. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, can we give them another round of applause? They've really tried this afternoon. At this junction, I would like to appreciate you all for your time with us. We thank you on behalf of the Lagos State government, most especially the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. We want to say a very big thank you for honoring our invite, and I will believe that the next time we'll call on you, you'll honor us as well. So at this point, I would like to call on the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Engineer Mrs. Abiola Koshegbe, to appreciate you for your time with us today. We'll just do a little presentation.
I'll feel fine.
Mrs. Ibiene Okeleke. Professor Adiola Adenikiniju. And the last but not the least, Mr. Kumi Adio Moses. Thank you all. Please, can we have good group photographs? Please, we would like to announce that we'll be having a gala night by 6 p.m. You're free to join us as we gather together by 6 p.m. We have a gala night. Thank you for coming. There's a wrap at the Grand Ballroom. Sorry.
So drop the headphone.
Hello.